Alright, we're live. Another fantastic day. And it's beautiful outside. Got a little cold last night, but we're here. Trying to make it through the day again. Another day. Drinking some coffee. Figuring out what I'm gonna do. Probably play some Neckbreaker, but I wanted you all to hear this song first. Because it's pretty cool. It's from Apostate Music, which I haven't subscribed to yet, surprisingly. I already thumbs upped it. So, here we go.
Tell me now, my brother. Why do you say my book's been changed? Your own book told you to read it. Something don't add up. They say the Quran straight from above, every word from the mouth of God's love. But then it tells me the gospel is light, and to judge by what's in it, that's right. So I open it up and read what it says. Jesus died and he rose from the dead, but your book says no, he never died. So which one's true? Somebody lied. Who told you to judge by if it's broken? Why call it light, then claim it was stolen? You can't play both sides with one story. Your claim crashes down in all its glory. Surah 5 says to follow the word given to Christians straight from the Lord. Surah 10 says if you're unsure, ask the people who knew it before. But our gospel says Jesus is Lord, crucified, risen, that's what's stored. And our scriptures older than yours, written down long before Muhammad's tours. So tell me, friend, what do you choose? If you pick both, then both you lose. If the gospel is true, the Quran is wrong. If it's false, then why does it play along? And if God's word can never be changed, who corrupted it and who arranged? And why does your book lean on mine, while calling its heart a faulty sign? Who told you to judge by it if it's broken? Why call it light, then claim it was stolen? You can't praise the map, then toss out the way. You build on the rock, then dig it away. Now some say only part is true, but your book never said which part to view. Is it Matthew or is it John? Tell me which verse to lean upon. But truth ain't served by picking and choosing. That's not faith, that's just confusing. You either believe it or say it's a lie, but you can't stand in both camps and try.
Or are you saying
It's a trap,
and the prophet
got it all mismatched,
and the message
built on contradiction,
and the claim?
lack solid conviction? Who told you to judge by it if it's broken? Why call it light, then claim it was stolen? Can't hold a sword and preach about peace. Can't affirm the word, then call it deceased. It's either from God or it's a fraud. The house won't stand if the walls are flawed. So tell me now, what will you choose? Truth doesn't lose when it's under review. Our word stood firm through fire and storm, while your book, well, it can't stay warm. Truth is one, it doesn't twist. This is the paradox you can't dismiss.
Good song. Oh, Garkatry. Should listen to that one. That one's funny too. Oh, it's the funny,
Everybody's
cool.
talking,
Bring it back up.
but not my tree. The desert's got ears, but some branches keep quiet. Garcrat ain't no snitch, he stands with his crew, shade in the heat when they're coming for you. Every the shade, keeping secrets sealed. Quoting old tales like they headline news. Every cactus, every pebble trying to point at Jews. Whispering at night like the dunes got spies. Playing hide and seek under desert skies. But my boy got God, he won't give you up. Won't pass your name from cup to cup. Deserts full of grasses blowing with the wind. But my leafy friend stays true to his kin. God ain't no snitch. He stands with his crew. Shade in the heat when they're coming for you. Every rock's whispering, every bush gon' squeal. But God's in the shade, keeping secrets sealed. The stones cry out, there he is right there. Shrubs point fingers in the evening air. But God just sways like, not today. He's got his people and he won't betray. Some call him the tree of the Jews with spite. But he wears that name like a badge of light. If you're running through the desert with the mob on your tail, he's the one spot where the whispers fail. God ain't no snitch. He stands with his crew. Shade in the heat when they're coming for you. Every rock's whispering, every bush gon' squeal. But God's in the shade, keeping secrets sealed.
There we go. I think that's good.
Play along with the tattletale crowd. He's seen too much and he's too damn proud. From Sinai winds to Jerusalem stones, he guards his friends like they're his own. They can tell their tales, they can shout their names, but God won't join.
What are you doing?
Games. He's rooted
Yep.
deep with
Pumpkin spice coffee. It's that season. It's okay. Well, not as sweet as.
history's loud and the mob runs hot, but some truths are better left forgotten. So if you need a place while the heat runs thick, find God, 'cause he won't
Sometimes it's okay.
God ain't no snitch. He stands with his crew. Shade
No, this is very pumpkiny.
for you. Every rock's whispering, every bush gon' squeal. But God's in the shade, keeping secrets sealed. Yeah,
Oh, I see.
the desert's noisy, but my tree knows better. Under his branches, you're safe.
Okay. I don't think there's really anything happening right now. Just old gossip news and um and just like old react videos. Oh man. Oh, you guys have heard of Force Rank, right?
What's up, gang? Fractured the vertebrae. Here's the video.
Yeah.
What happened? Did you hit your head?
No.
I'm okay.
Okay, hang on. I'm gonna go inside, buddy. I'm gonna go inside.
Hey, buddy.
Okay, hang on. Right, yeah.
I helped him.
Oh, my back really hurt.
Hey, buddy, come here.
Broke his back.
What's up, gang?
Yeesh. I had a fractured vertebrae too. Accident fractured my lower vertebrae, my left ankle shattered, my right knee. We're working on recovery still. It's a long road, but we're getting there. At least I'm able to sit in a chair now instead of a wheelchair. That's appreciative. And we get to do this with you guys. Not as exciting as I always plan on it being, but I'm here. I'm alive and well. Able to speak. Can't always comprehend the videos though, and that's another issue. Whacked my head pretty good in my car accident. But we're here still. Got a lot of doctor visits and a lot of other issues to deal with behind the scenes, but trying to do what I can and want to support my family however I can, and so I just get to sit here and hopefully form a community and chat with you guys as I'm going through this recovery process. Luckily, you guys missed the worst of it because not much I could do in the wheelchair. I could barely even sit up and play video games. Now I'm lucky I get to sit up for a couple hours. Sometimes I have to lean back pretty far, but I can still chit chat and play a shooter game or two and just take it easy and recover. I've had a lot of issues with swelling lately, especially on my feet. Had to go to the doctor yesterday for that, or not yesterday. Was it yesterday? It was Thursday, I think. For the swelling in my feet. Just they think I damaged a bunch of my veins in this accident too, and didn't necessarily do an MRI on them, so I have to get a ultrasound done on my feet, which is going to be pretty painful for my left one since that's got a lot of nerve damage and is just the most painful out of everything. My right knee just stinks to walk on. Yeah, there's nothing really interesting going on. I don't see anyway. Just the same stuff. Ben Fuller. Tectone. I am gonna shut down this one and this one. Keep Kick up. Appreciate those watching wherever they are watching. You know, we're really just starting out. I've been able to start doing this a little more consistently. Because when I'm not on, it's usually a bad day, you know? So the fact that I'm here means it's a better day than normal. Electric dirt bikes, man. Everything's going electric. Let's see what Apostate Prophet thinks about London.
Or as English AP says, "Oh, I ain't it, bruv."
What?
That's right, innit? That's right.
You want to be let outside? You want to be
Cheers,
let
mate.
loose in this world?
What I like the most about
Crazy.
Britain,
The crazy
is
boy.
Everybody says, "Cheers, mate." Every single person you meet in Britain says, "Cheers, mate."
Yeah.
Every single I have not encountered a single person who doesn't say "Cheers, mate," and it's the best
Cheers, mate.
thing. I want to introduce it to America as well. I want all Americans to say "Cheers, mate." You got any otters? I'm an otter myself. Why would I have an otter?
Yeah. I'm streaming.
I don't keep my fellow otters as pets.
You can kiss me. I don't care.
London Stan.
I can see the
I was
woman that
actually
supported me through all this.
There's something funny
Love you too.
about my whole journey, about my whole trip recently to London Stan. I talked a lot of trash about London over the last years, and I did often say that England totally sucks, that it's like hopeless, that British people are stupid, that
Little mean there, AP.
that the UK is gone beyond hope and all that. The thing is, it's not really that bad, you know. I mean, there are some situations, there are some places in London, for example, that are I don't know what to say about them, that are just that shouldn't exist. But then, aside from that, much of it is still okay, it's not too bad. It can be saved or it can be salvaged. I don't know. It can be maybe you
Salvaged
could
for
break it
sure,
down
hopefully.
and build something better instead. I don't know if you could get rid of the city and build something good instead. I don't know.
I like hearing people say, "Oh, we're all immigrants from the UK." No, we're all immigrants in the US, not in the UK. UK is Norse, British, white people for the most part. But there are a lot of the culture over there is really meshed together against Islam. Um, they don't really see as much. Well, I don't know for sure, but Tommy Robinson isn't a racial has any racial bias. It's the religion that he has an issue with, and he looked into that and found there was some serious hate in that religion towards people that didn't believe in Islam. So
But it's not all completely lost. You could still do something with it, even if you have to destroy the whole city, and then build something better in place of it. You could still do something with it. It's not completely useless anymore.
mm.
That's not where I was going with this. Where I was going is actually that much of the London, for example, is still very is very nice and is quite good. But there's also the whole issue, which is
The
one morning
immigrants.
actually when I was there, when I was in London, I so here's my London trip. My London trip consists of the following. Meyer Tusi invited me to a conference to speak, and what the heck is going on with my camera? Why does it show these things here? Oh, it's too close. So Meyer Tusi invited me for a conference to speak. I can't fix this now. And as I was on my way there, Stefan from Visegrad 24 I arranged
I only know Meyer
to hang
Tusi.
out with Stefan, the founder of Visegrad 24. For those who do not know, might share my screen here to highlight that because Visegrad is awesome. For those
Show
who
us
do not
AP.
know, for those who don't know, Visegrad 24, which is this booming news channel on Twitter and elsewhere, the founder Stefan and I have become quite good friends, and he invited me over to hang out with him there. He's Polish and British himself. He invited me to hang out there and to
Bella
record a bunch
Pollock.
of things together, to spend some time there together and all
Irish,
that. So
Polish, and German.
I went there to hang out with him, with with Visegrad 24's founder Stefan, and we spent the evening
My grandfather had some
and
funny
the day
Polish
before the
things.
conference together.
He had a Polish dictionary which was empty. He had a Polish calculator which was a pencil with a electrical plug taped onto the back of it. He had a Polish fly swatter, which was a stick with a 6-pack. The the thing that holds the 6-pack plastic thing. What else did he have? A Polish pencil, which had an eraser on both sides. My grandfather was funny. He recently passed away from cancer, though. But he was a Christian as well, and so we believe that he is up in heaven with our Father, and we have joy and hope in that as Christians. So his suffering ended, which is a blessing because he was very weak towards the end, really wasn't himself. Already looked like he was half dead when we had visited him the night before he passed. We kind of knew he was going that day. Some issues along the journey with him that when he had cancer, he really seemed like every time he was given any like opioid or what they give him. Forget what one of the drugs was called. It's a pretty common painkiller. morphine. It was morphine. Every time they gave him morphine, he would take a turn for the worst. And towards the end, they were giving him a lot of morphine, which took the fight out of him, really. It was sad. But rejoice that he is in heaven with the Father.
And what we did was we had breakfast together in some very fancy part of London.
I
And
did
as we
get the
were
books.
sitting
I
there,
remember him having these books on his shelf. He would have them all lined up, and they were beautiful leather-bound books. My grandmother gave me those that were his. He got them from his grandfather. Um, just a series of stories and just beautiful pictures and leather-bound, just beautiful-looking books. And I always wanted to see them and look at what they were, and just different stories, all from like cowboy tales to like old fairy tales and stuff. But they're beautiful books. I need to get a shelf somewhere so I can display them and have them up and showing, but out of the way so the kids don't damage them too, because they're really nice books. Just the way they're bound and everything is really nice.
we were talking about things, and I say to him, it is kind of funny sitting here. You wouldn't realize that London has a massive Islamization problem because everything seems to be totally fine here. And he then said, well, hence why the politicians don't have a problem with it, because they live in these places. And then it kind of clicked, you know. London has a very interesting system in place where, based on where you are, which part of London, which borough of London, you experience things very, very differently. If you are the fancy part of London, everything is totally, totally fine. Everything is wonderful, beautiful, very, very English. But if you go to East London, it's like there's a massive class difference. There's a massive difference in wealth, a massive difference in demographics, a massive
Mm.
difference in skin color and religion and all that. And you have parts of London that were in the past very much dominated by English people or by
Mm-hmm.
white British people, and then that are nowadays dominated by people from Muslim countries. If you are in those places, you feel how messed up things have become. But if you are in you don't feel any of that. So if you are in the fancy places, you can just say, "Oh, there is no problem. There's no problem at all in England. Let's just continue going on whatever we are doing." AP, did you see Tommy Robinson's appearance on Trigonometry? Also, when are those boys gonna have you? I remember you mentioned there were talks. Did I? That was probably long in the past. I mean, I had some interactions with Constantine, but they didn't ever get in touch with me. Yeah, there was a time where they said they would have me on or something, but they never actually got in touch with me, and I'm not very good at selling myself to people, so. I did see him in person, but I didn't go up and greet him, Constantine, when I was in London. I didn't really see the episode that they had with Tommy Robinson, but I hear it's very good. I only saw the one that was on Visegrad, which was also very, very good. Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. Yeah. A lot of niqabis there. A lot of niqabs there. It is messed up, man. In fact, let me figure this out. I don't know if I put together and into proper order the stuff that I recorded while I was in London. But some of the stuff that I recorded while I was in London was very, very interesting, to say the least. Oh no, much of that is probably on my phone. But it was kind of funny. We kept walking through the Muslim part of London, and I was taking photos as we were also filming there and talking. And when I look at the photos later on, it just looks like a place in Pakistan or Bangladesh or something.
Mm.
It doesn't look like an English city or a Western European city. Wherever there are like groups of people, it's all just Muslim people. It's all just niqabs and hijabs and weird beards and
Beards
bunch
without
of
mustaches.
one man walking ahead and several women in niqabs walking behind them and so on. It's a very interesting stuff. Very interesting culture.
Different than
English
you would
culture.
expect. Kamala Harris. Hi, Diva. What? This dude requesting a gag order.
Story that we have been following very closely here, as lawyers for Kilmar Abrego Garcia say they're concerned that he can't get a fair trial in his human smuggling case because officials with the Trump administration keep attacking him with, quote, highly prejudicial, inflammatory, and false statements. The attorneys are asking a federal judge in Tennessee to order U.S. government officials who are involved in the case. That includes Attorney General Pam Bondi and Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem to hold back on their comments. In a filing, the attorneys wrote, quote, for months, numerous representatives of the same federal government that's responsible for prosecuting this case have publicly disparaged Mr. Abrego's character and reputation.
He's not a U.S. citizen. Just get rid of him.
And former Maryland
not like kill him, but like send him back to
a notorious prison
not Venezuela,
in El
but
Salvador.
wherever.
Facing a U.S. Supreme Court order, the Trump administration
Wherever you can
eventually
deport him to, send him away and just get rid of this
only to face that federal human
annoyance.
smuggling charge in Tennessee. Abrego Garcia has pleaded not guilty, while his attorneys have called the case preposterous and vindictive. The Trump administration is trying to deport Abrego Garcia again, this time to Africa. He was taken into immigration custody Monday after a federal judge in Tennessee released him from jail, determining that he is not a flight risk or a danger to the community. A lot to discuss here, so I do want to bring in Dante Pointer, a trial attorney, to discuss all of it. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today and break it all down.
In Baltimore again.
Thank you for having me.
All right, so first off, I do want to ask you, overall, what is the legal basis for the attorneys for Abrego Garcia to even ask for this gag order?
Yeah, sure. It's a very common and widespread rule that prosecutors are not supposed to be making inflammatory statements and essentially prejudicing the jury pool ahead of someone's trial. And so what's unique about this set of facts is that the defense team is not talking about the actual federal prosecutor or the immigration attorneys who are handling the case, but they're actually talking about government officials. Now, this is an instance where we have government officials, those people with very lofty titles, who are making all kinds of statements and characterizations of Mr. Abrego before and leading up to whatever trial he may have.
And I have to ask, because what legal standards does the court apply when they determine if this is something that meets maybe the requirements of a gag order?
Sure. The court is going to look at, a balancing test, essentially. Prosecutors and even government officials have a duty and a right to inform the public or educate the public about a criminal case or the government's business. However, that has to be balanced against the rights of the accused in terms of being thought of being innocent until proven guilty and having a fair trial. And so those are rights that the judge will have to balance. And if you're making statements that are essentially conclusory and or inflammatory and going against the person's character who's up on trial and is supposed to have the presumption of innocence until proven guilty, that can run afoul of those rules. And when you're making statements like this is a monster, a child predator, and things like that, you're probably crossed the line.
And the judge did issue a reminder that the indictment really only contains allegations. So what limitations do preliminary orders kind of offer, and why might the defense seek some stronger protections here?
Sure. Well, those preliminary orders are just that. They're preliminary orders, and they only last for so long of a time. The defense would also want these restrictions and more tighter restrictions to be placed all the way through trial, not just in the lead up or the days or the months to trial, but actually through the entire process.
I think this trial should be fairly quick, though.
Watching the news. Jurors are also looking at TV, and that could potentially influence or prejudice them against him without any charges actually being proved.
One thing that's certain here is that there are going to be questions about the legality behind all of this. Obviously, a court will have to look at it fairly closely, but how could maybe this gag order, if it were put into place, kind of impact the situation in general with people like Pam Bondi and Kristi Noem, who talk about this case a lot, being able to speak about it during news conferences? Will it have a major impact?
Well, I think they could still, once again, talk about the case, educate the public about what's going on with the proceedings, but they would have to refrain from calling this person a monster or a child predator and things like that. Keep in mind, he's never been charged and convicted of any crime until he faced deportation. So we're really talking about
Well,
situations
he was
that
illegally
are
here,
core
so
to what's
his
supposed to
crime
be
was
the American
already
judicial process,
very
which is
committed.
innocent until proven guilty and not prejudicing jury pools one way or the other leading up to trial so that everyone gets a fair trial in the American judicial
I don't
system.
even understand why they brought
It's
him back.
important to note we don't have a crystal ball here.
But
We're not
should have let him
psychic.
stay
But
in
looking ahead,
Venezuela.
how could the judge evaluate the motion? What broader implications could a ruling, whether it's supporting or denying it, have for future cases in general?
Yeah, well, it could be precedent setting in the sense that it could be a guide or a measuring stick that other judges would use when they're evaluating government conduct leading in the future. So, this is a very important precedent that's being considered by the judge. And if you note, the judge really told prosecutors as well as the government to abide by the local rules as it relates to prosecutors. But once again, the wrinkle in this case is we're not talking about the federal prosecutor themselves. We're talking about high-level government officials.
Dante Pointer, thank you so much for taking the time to join us and kind of put some context into all of this. We're obviously going to watch and see what happens here, but anything we missed, anything that you want to add before I let you go?
No, I just would tell everybody, this is a very critical case because it deals with the bedrock fundamental principles of our judicial system. Innocent until proven guilty versus the rights of the government to inform the public of what's going on.
All right. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We appreciate it.
Appreciate you having.
Yeah, I can't believe they brought him back to trial him. Oh, the Israelites. I'm not giving them viewers. They are one of the most racist groups, cults out there that I have ever heard of. And President Trump stand down on threats to send troops to.
And we
Another
begin on the
deportation
immigration
block?
front. A federal judge
These
blocking the
people are
Trump administration
ridiculous.
from carrying out fast-track deportations. It's a cornerstone of President Trump's mass deportation plan. Madeline Rivera has more from Washington. Hey, Maddie.
Good morning, Griff. This is a notable setback in the administration's immigration enforcement efforts. The case focuses on the government's use of expedited removals. The Trump administration expanded its scope in January as part of a policy shift so that non-citizens who were arrested anywhere in the country could be quickly removed if they cannot show they've been in the country for 2 years. In her opinion, federal district court judge Gia Cobb sides with immigrant advocacy group Make the Road, saying the court does not cast doubt on the constitutionality of the expedited removal statute, nor in its long-standing application at the border. It merely holds that in applying the statute to a huge group of people living in the interior of the country who have not previously been subject to expedited removal, the government must afford them due process. The procedures currently in place fall short. Cobb, a Biden appointee, argues the government risks removing people who now have a, quote, weighty liberty interest in staying in the U.S., unlike people who were traditionally quickly removed after crossing the border. So the administration is likely to appeal, of course. A spokesman for the Department of Homeland Security tells the New York Times Cobb's ruling ignores the president's clear authorities and that the department was exercising its full authority under federal law by placing illegal aliens who have been here for less than 2 years into expedited removal. This comes as the White House says it's ramping up its immigration crackdown in sanctuary cities, calling it a national security and public safety concern. Griff.
So, Maddie, just a quick follow-up so that our viewers understand, does this halt all deportations?
No.
all deportations. It's not really clear in that front, so we'll have to look into the opinion to see what this is. But it is a big move, and again, a huge setback for the administration regarding its immigration crackdown, Griff.
Yeah, quite a Friday night surprise heading into Labor Day weekend. Madeline Rivera in Washington. Madeline, thank you.
You got it.
All right, here to dig into all of this, former acting ICE director, former DHS official, and former federal prosecutor Jonathan Fahey. Jonathan, this was quite a surprise last night, and it's interesting as this Biden-appointed judge, Judge Cobb, is saying that, you cannot do this fast track or expedited removals. But I think it's worth pointing out, I do believe that under President Obama, certainly there were millions deported, many of them, if not a majority of them, on fast track. So it's not like this is necessarily new.
Yeah, it's not new.
That's exactly right, Griff. It's not exactly new. And what her ruling is, it just basically eliminated the expansion that the Trump administration put into place, which the normal expedited removal policy is if it's within 14 days of entry and within 100 miles of the border, you can be expeditedly removed, meaning you don't have to go through the immigration judge process. The Trump administration expanded that to a full 2 years and anywhere in the country. So that's all that applies. So the Trump administration will appeal this, but I think what's kind of interesting about this, and you see this in a lot of immigration cases, it's almost like people that violate the law for a longer period of time are treated better, when in fact it almost seems like it should be the opposite. But I fully expect they'll appeal this, and there are many tools in the toolkit, and these people will still be deported.
I don't want to dry.
They'll just have to go through a longer process in the immigration court. But a lot of them, again, aren't going to want to go through that process if they ultimately are going to lose at the end, and they know the Trump administration has the resolve to not only deport them, but also to not let them in and not let them have benefits if they're still remaining here.
And so just to be clear, Jonathan, you may have heard I put Maddie just a little bit on the spot because we don't really know with the ruling, but this doesn't necessarily halt all deportations currently.
Yeah, correct. It does not halt all deportations, and it does not even halt all expedited removal deportations. It's just the expanded group that the Trump administration put into place at the beginning of this year, and was also put into place in also the first Trump administration in 2019 as well.
All right, let's talk about this. The man at the center of the deportation battle now wants to silence the Trump administration attorneys for Kilmar Abrego Garcia, asking a federal judge to issue a gag order against top White House officials this week to stop them.
I mean, they should be careful in their language that they use. I don't necessarily agree that, but I don't think he gets the right of Americans. He's not here illegally.
Who was deported this year and brought back on a human smuggling charge now wants asylum in the U.S. Where do you see this heading?
Look at her. She's scared.
Well,
She's scared.
let's take the asylum case first. He already lost that case previously. He already claimed asylum, and he was not granted asylum, although he got withholding from being removed to El Salvador because it was going to be arguably too dangerous for him to return there. But to claim asylum successfully, you have to have a fear of persecution and torture or physical violence if you return to your home country. He didn't show that before. And the other thing you have to show is that there's no suitable third party country that could take him into custody. So both of those are not really in play because he's already lost on the first one, and El Salvador is in fact substantially safer than it was when he first made that claim. And then there are multiple third parties that he could be sent to, including, I believe it's Uganda is the one they're talking about now. So he's going to lose his case. It'll gum it up a little bit in the court to keep him here but detained. The other issue on the pretrial publicity, that's a frequent claim in a lot of court cases that have a lot of publicity. I think where the defense will lose on that is they're not just commenting, meaning the administration isn't commenting on the case, they're commenting on policy in general. And I think a court is going to be reticent to say an administration can't comment on immigration policy as a whole. And typically courts rule in favor of free speech and just assume or presume a jury will follow the instructions to make their decision based on what's heard in court. But the most important thing is I don't think this case ever goes back to Tennessee, because once they let him out, the Trump administration is going to deport him. So I don't think it will really ultimately come into play at all.
Yeah, and, we still continue, Jonathan, to see Democrats rallying around Abrego Garcia in the name of due process. And as you point out rightfully, not once but twice, he's received a final order of removal for entering the country illegally. And that's the crux of where this all begins. Do you see, has he gotten his fair due process rights or not?
Yeah, he on the immigration front, certainly he has, and he'll get even more process. So that at the end of it, when he gets removed, he will have gotten more process than virtually any other illegal immigrant.
Yeah.
But again, it does raise questions: is this really the Democrats' concern? Because they do seem to be opposing any immigration measures, anything to
Trump
on
does.
illegal immigrants, any place people are housed, or anything else. So it seems like, you know, it's certainly fair to infer that their motive isn't due process,
Florida.
but it's to keep the illegal aliens in this country because they think it's the most politically advantageous for them as a party.
You know, Jonathan, Democrats also continue to be up in arms over Alligator Alcatraz, right? Where that seemes to be shutting down. The detention facility is expected to clear out completely in the coming days after a judge ruled it should be closed. Here's what Tom Homan, border czar, had to say, excuse me, on the judge's concerns.
I walked through the detention part where the aliens are housed, clean, well kept. You know, and I went to the medical facility and talked to the medical staff and seen the great medical program they have there. And as far as the facility itself, it's sitting on existing concrete that was already there in the airport. So I don't understand the judge's ruling. I think it's a radical decision. I think it's really about anti-immigration enforcement rather than the conditions of the facility. I was there.
It's an interesting point, Jonathan. What do you think? Is the judge taking a stance rather than looking at the facility itself?
Yeah.
Well, it certainly seems so, and Tom Homan's exactly right. This was an abandoned airstrip in the state facility, and the only reason this got into court is because of this argument that it's now a federal facility and it should be under all these federal environmental rules, and because of that, this will somehow harm storks and panthers and things like that. And I don't think anyone's really buying it. It does seem to be a pretextual lawsuit. It was brought by, like, I think a group called Friends of the Everglades, as well as some other groups. And this idea that somehow the storks and panthers and other animals are in worse shape because it's now a federal facility versus a state facility really doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And I think everyone can see through this that it's really pretextual to prevent illegal aliens from being detained and removed. And you would hope these environmental groups, if they really cared about the animals in these areas, I'm sure there's a better use of their money, because deporting illegal aliens certainly isn't making storks and panthers or any other animals' lives worse off. It might in fact make them better. It may be just probably a neutral factor. But again, I think it's a pretextual lawsuit that
Probably more neutral than
again designed to shut
let's be
down
honest.
deportations, nothing more.
Hey, quickly, before we run out of time, Jonathan,
Would it make a difference one way or the other?
A lot over the years about immigration. Excuse me. And the DOJ is
getting
doing
sick?
something interesting. They're now, excuse me, allowing the attorneys approved by the Attorney General to serve as a temporary immigration judge, whether or not they've had experience in immigration law. The DOJ says that will help ease the massive backlog of cases. What do you think about that?
It's a great idea to use these resources to train these attorneys up, because remember, these immigration courts aren't Article 3 courts, meaning an independent judiciary. They're already part of the Department of Justice. So there are some talented, sharp lawyers there that can be trained on immigration law, so they could get rid of not only the current cases that are coming in, but the backlog. I believe it's
There's my hand. We're clicking for no reason. I don't know why it does that.
Get through the new cases. A great idea.
I
Great
can't
use
control
of
that, guys.
resources. And I
You'll
think
see it
it'll be
right click
effective.
sometimes if my hand's just resting on the mouse and just randomly right click.
Jonathan Fahey, thank you very much. Have a great Labor Day weekend.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe.
Who was that guy? It's none of those three. Let's see. The Houthis. Good. Goodbye, Houthis.
Welcome back to the channel, ladies and gentlemen. We have some breaking news coming from
Now
the
it's time
Middle
for
East,
Hamas.
as the Israeli Defense Forces are winning both in Gaza and in Yemen. The entire cabinet and the leadership of the Houthis have now been officially eliminated. We only have 4 junior members left of the Houthis, 4 of the junior ministers, so-called ministers, obviously. We're going to go through the name and shaming every single terrorist in Yemen. We're also going to give you guys the latest videos coming from Gaza City, as we have had a number of senior assassinations of the Hamas operatives as well. There's a lot to cover, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, we also do have our live feed from the border between Gaza and Israel, which of course we'll keep an eye on this as well. Things are relatively stable as we speak. The operation, obviously the main operation for assassinations ended a couple of hours ago. But first things first, let's give you guys the latest. The Israeli attacks earlier on in Gaza City, which targeted the spokesperson for Hamas's Al-Qassam brigade. This is Abu Ubaidah, with the building which was targeted that has been completely destroyed. Let's go to the first video.
Holy, a lot of destruction. Why is he standing in there? Sheesh, that is not smart.
F around and find out.
Sheesh. Holy
now,
explosion.
at this point, if any civilian is still staying in Gaza City, it's their own fault because they know they should not be there. It's an active combat zone. And we will get back to the Houthi and the Blowfish as well.
Combat zone, by the way.
Do that,
those that should have left should have left.
Muslim Brotherhood, they're having a bit of a meltdown as usual.
Good.
They have condemned the Israeli assault on the Houthi cabinets. But let's stay on the situation in Gaza first. Then we're going to give you guys the names of all the cabinet ministers of the Houthis. And by the way, for those of you who are familiar with Chunk of the Young Turks, he has once again proven to be more stupid than a squirrel with a learning disability, because he thinks that the Houthi cabinet is the official cabinet of Yemen. Don't know why. And but going back to the other hellhole, which is Gaza, one of the October senior members of the October 7th invaders, that was part of course, the invasion of Israel, has now been eliminated as well. This is part of this series of the
dismantle Hamas all the way.
Let's go.
Down to the bones.
We probably don't need the music. All right, we could probably turn down the music. That was that disgusting man who invaded Israel with his other terrorist friends. I think this is in the kibbutz. And then, yeah, you can see him underneath. That's in 2023 in October. And of course, he had a problem with growing a mustache. He could only grow a beard. You know, it makes the life quite tough when you can't grow a mustache. And then at the end of the day, you turn out to be, that's the best you could do with a mustache. Now, of course, then that makes you a little bit frustrated and you want to go crazy. And he did go crazy. He decided to F around. And now he's found out. Kids, don't try this at home. Do not invade another country illegally. All right. Now, in regards to the Israeli Air Force and what they have now done in Yemen, this is absolutely astonishing, by the way. But the Air Force were attacking Yemen, but they're also attacking Gaza City. They, by using intelligence gathered by both IDF and Shin Bet, they have carried out a targeted attack in Gaza City on Abu Ubaidah. I'm sure a lot of you are now familiar with this face. I mean, you can't really see his stupid face because he covers it all the time.
So,
he really
the first time I heard that name, actually.
And COVID. He doesn't want to be infected. That's why he covers his face. And he's the senior...
He's probably got the booster.
The senior spokesman for Hamas's Al-Qassam brigade.
Good.
We believe that he has now been eliminated. We are waiting for his smelly body to be recovered, and we'll find out exactly if the assassination was fully successful or not. This was the location, the building in which he was hiding in.
A lot of people are still, geez.
Spider-Man, but of course he wasn't.
And what is? They probably don't know how to read because they just teach them to hate Israel instead.
Now,
instead of reading.
That aside, let's talk about the Houthi and the Blowfish. Ladies and gentlemen, they've been wiped out. The senior leadership, the cabinet. They only have 4 junior ministers left. This is absolutely brilliant. They have now been destroyed by the Israeli Defense Forces in a single assault on, I was going to say lemon, slightly different to Yemen, and
Yemen the
let's quickly
lemon.
go to the video we have from the moment of attack in Sana'a.
Whoa, look at that boom. What blew up? What is that? That's flying.
Full house.
Big bomb.
There's going to be a lot of virgin goats. A lot of virgin goats in the afterlife. They made a big mistake. They were having a secret meeting.
They found out about it.
The thing is, you should have learned your lesson by now, since 2023.
It's the big bomb made sure nobody
realize,
lived.
You idiots, that the intelligence coming from Mossad and Shin Bet would actually be effective enough to find out where you are hiding. So,
wow.
You've seen what's happened to the Hezbollah leadership. You've seen what's happened to the IRGC. Oopsie. And that's why you do not hide explosives in a building that you're going to have a meeting in. That's not a good idea.
Is that a secondary explosion?
Hezbollah leadership. You've seen. So, you've seen what's happened to the Hezbollah leadership. You've seen what's happened to the IRGC.
Yeah, it was a secondary explosion. Holy cow.
And that's why you do not hide explosives in a building that you're going to have a meeting in. That's not a good idea. Once again, do not try this at home. Anyway, something Arabic.
Probably a lot of heat from that.
As we said, we can now confirm that the entire senior leadership of the Houthis have now been destroyed. This is, let's go one by one. Let's go and celebrate the foreign minister of, I love how they had a foreign minister. I mean, he had a bit of a problem with cocaine addiction, I'm sure, as you can see in this photo. His nose was twitching. The foreign minister of the Houthi cabinet has been eliminated. We also have Mohammed. There's going to be a lot of, for the record, just a heads up, there's going to be a lot of Mohammeds in this list. Mohammed Ayvash Qayyum, who was the Houthi minister of transportation. Yes, the transport minister has now been eliminated. Oh no, who's going to look after the buses? Oh, this is terrible. Now, we also, alongside him, have the sports minister. The Houthi sports minister. I'm not really sure what sports was he experienced in. Guess what his name was Mohammed. Yes, Mohammed al-Mawlid. He has also been eliminated as part of the Houthi leadership, but he's not the only one. We have a lot of Mohammeds and Ahmeds. Yes, let's go to Mujahid Ahmed, who was the Minister of Justice.
Ahmed.
Now, the one good thing about Mr. Ahmed, the Minister of Justice. Now, the one good thing about Mr. Ahmed was that as a justice minister, he was not as woke
or found guilty by him.
as the judges of the United Kingdom and the Minister of Justice. He was at least a little bit more traditional. But he did hate the gays and women and children and everybody. So that was the other problem with him. He wasn't a perfect minister. Of course, next we have Samir Bajala. Yes, he has also been eliminated. Guess who he was? Oh, yes. He used to negotiate with the trade unions. He was the Minister of Social Affairs and Labour, as in workers, not the Labour Party.
Okay.
I'm sure he would have loved to have connections with the British Labour Party, but he didn't have enough time to do that. He has also gone to the afterlife.
Explosion.
Next, we have Hashem Sharaf al-Din. He was the Minister of Information. Essentially, he was in charge of the spies, unless the definition of Minister of Information was that he was in charge of sending emails and faxes to other people to ensure that everybody gets their info
their social media
he
manager
did have
too.
relatively good hair, not too bad. He could have done slightly better style with that, but he's gone now. Next, we have Jalal al-Rawaishan. Now, Jalal was the Deputy Prime Minister of the Houthis. He is no longer with us. We can now officially have a
Like he got shot in the side of the face there anyway.
For him.
No.
Anyway, next we also do have for us the Houthi Education Minister, Hassan al-Saadi. He has also been eliminated.
UMP last
lived
night?
his life in a very difficult situation where he was always blurry.
Oh, pizza.
And people couldn't really see him, as you can see in this high definition picture. It's just his face that is very blurry. He was born that way. Of course, everybody has some sort of disability. He is no longer with us either. We also have Abdul. Of course, we were all gonna have some sort of Abdul in this list. Abdul.
Goodbye,
Abdul Majid Al Murtada. He was Houthis' deputy
Crazy
interior
names.
minister.
Oh,
Now,
he
for the
did
record, if
design.
you're the interior, as part of the interior ministry of the Houthis, you're not actually in charge of the decoration of the building because they didn't do a good job. This is supposed to be the home office of the Houthis. I think
he's in charge of the people
for the chaos
inside of the home,
that caused
like,
the cabinet
region, I guess.
having their secret meeting being revealed. Somebody leaked.
One of them
Somebody
leaked.
messed up. Somebody's going to get fired in the Houthis.
Well, they already got fired.
Let's go to Moeen al-Mahagri. He was the Houthi Minister of Commerce. He was in charge of
They have
business,
money?
guys. He was in charge of trade. He was in charge of all the shipments. And his job was basically to block the sea to make sure that no ship could actually go past. His job was to stop.
I wonder how that's going to work, especially without their leadership in charge.
Didn't do too well. He didn't read the guidelines, did he? Next, we have Ali Saif Mohammed, of course, another Mohammed, a senior Houthi figure and a former Minister of Energy, Electricity and Water. Essentially, he's the Minister of Net Zero. He's the Houthi version of Ed Miliband in the United Kingdom, just with a slightly better moustache. And he is now a little bit dead. And next on the list, we have yet another
Especially
Mohammed.
with that secondary explosion, that's a guarantee.
Another Mohammed. This is Mohammed Nasser al-Atifi, Houthi government's defense minister. But good news, guys. This Mohammed is still alive. He is critically wounded.
Oh.
We know I think he's got a paper cut or something, but he's in a hospital. We don't know if he's alive or not. We'll find out from probably the Gaza health minister will probably let us know if he dies. That means
110 extra deaths on top of that, too.
Gaza health ministry. Next reaction we have now received from this grumpy, angry man. I don't blame him for being angry. After the Houthi government cabinet has been eliminated, the so-called now president, he's now the president of the Houthis, Mahdi al-Mashat. He has released a statement. He's not happy, guys. He has said, the enemy has pained us. You think? But we will take revenge
really destroyed
and
them.
turn our wounds into victory. They have been saying the same thing since the 7th century. Every day is about revenge.
Always with them.
At some point, there will be some sort of victory.
Always some type of revenge.
From Islam, but they keep losing.
Revenge for losing their attack on Israel in 1948 or whatever it was.
Should we go to the other nutters? Because it's not just about the Houthis. We can't just give all the attention to the Houthis in Yemen. Let's talk about the other nutters in Gaza. Yeah, there has been yet another problem in the office today. Palestinian sources have now confirmed that the IDF have eliminated the senior Hamas police commander, Rami Ammar, known as Abu Yusuf.
He's in charge of their troop brigade, I'm assuming.
He was the pharaoh of Bure in the central Gaza Strip. So his actual name was Rami Ammar. That's a nice name, Rami. But he decided to go as Abu Yusuf.
It's a pizza party. Yeah, go eat some pizza.
Let's go with Rami. It's like a rock star name. Come on. So now
Go,
that's
go, lay down your seat.
Terrible name pick. Now there is a lot to focus on in regards to the latest developments. As I said, we still have the live feed from the border between Gaza and Israel. We are getting some information of just verifying the latest numbers because there's some worrying news coming from inside Iran. The supreme leader, who is now the supreme rat.
Wonder what's going on with the water in Iran. Have they figured out like a way to bust in water or what?
He has been brought out twice since the so-called ceasefire with Israel.
Hiding in a bunker, getting high
He
as a
came
kite.
out first time to just sit in the corner in public, not talk. He was shaking. He needed
Mr.
his
Supreme
drugs. He
Leader.
has to be high all the time. Second
Yeah.
time was recently. It was last week, and he was perky. You know, I think he just took his drugs. But while he is still not feeling safe, and the rest of the senior leadership of the Islamic
Later?
Revolutionary
In a little
Guard,
bit,
what they
maybe.
have been doing in order to do a
Yeah.
crackdown on the uprising that is ongoing.
Might have a
in
slice of
Iran,
pizza in a little bit.
They have accelerated.
I took my medicine, so it's kind of making me drowsy.
Authoritarianism, which is becoming absolutely disgusting, by the way. So the latest number that we can now have, at least 841 people have been executed since
Wow.
the beginning of the year. This is according to the Human Rights Office. These are the
Wait, they have a Human Rights Office in Iran?
protesting and leading the uprising against the Islamic occupation.
Oof.
In 2024, there were 975 executions.
Wow, they
in
already did.
July last month alone, after the ceasefire, 110 people were executed by the Islamic occupation. That's twice as many as the previous year. They are panicking. They can't control anything else. All they can do is to just do a crackdown. That's all they can do. Just start basically killing people, Iranian people, left, right, and center. And guess what? Nobody in the liberal globalist establishment, the international community, cares
Who's talking about it at all?
about the genocide of the Iranian people. They don't
Yeah.
care. Greta Thunberg is getting on a boat again to go towards Israel.
Yeah.
She doesn't care. The Labour Party
Greta
doesn't care.
sandwich
The Liberals
Thunberg.
in Canada don't care. The US Democrats don't care. None of the governments, apart from the US government, none of them care. The British government is completely silent. They don't want to get involved. The French are terrified because they are
The French
partly
are
responsible for
already
the Islamic
invaded.
occupation in 1979 alongside CIA and MI6. So that's what's going on.
Yep.
The Houthis in Yemen, they now have a new task. They have to find a new senior team. And the problem that they have is that they're going to have to go through the interns, the work experience
The
terrorists.
interns.
They don't have the experience. The same problem that Hezbollah had a few months ago. And they haven't really been able to come
Hezbollah's
back.
not recovered at all.
They have had a
And when they do
terrible
recover, they're going to get
downfall.
destroyed again.
Almost as bad as Manchester United since Alex Ferguson left, and especially over the last few months since last season, Manchester United is struggling with actual leadership. Same problem for Hezbollah, same problem for the Houthis. The Houthis have been trying their best to brainwash kids, but those kids are still very young. They haven't had time to grow up to become senior, experienced terrorists. You got to give them time. The brainwashing, in case you didn't see this, a few months ago, was it back in May, they proudly posted this video of the kids in Yemen. We have subtitles, and they were threatening America. This is child abuse, by the way. Watch this.
We stand with Gaza in the face of the crimes of genocide and starvation. We say to you, America, we will drink your blood and take your
We
throne.
will drink your blood and snake your throne.
Shake, not snake.
Very angry. This is literally child abuse.
We will finish you off.
Finish
We
you
will
up,
starve
we will
you.
starve you.
We say to the accursed America, which has nuclear weapons,
Disgusting.
by Allah, you are weaker than a
Something
spider's
about
web.
Spider-Man. Something
Death
about
to
Alex
America, death to
Blackwell.
Israel, curses be upon the Jews,
Curse,
victory to
curses upon
Islam.
the Jews. Oh, the Jews.
Always got to. We will fight you on every battlefield. We will lie
This is
and
what
wait
you have
for
to
you
deal
on
with
every
in the
street corner.
future, in Europe, in the West, because
No
a lot of these guys
occupier
are
or
gonna grow up
collaborator
and
will
gonna
escape
come to
our
the
might.
West, because we're allowing it to
This
happen.
is our promise and our threat. Your blood is.
To be fair,
Just
it's still not
reading
as
that.
embarrassing as
reading that.
the Pakistani school kids.
I was reading that.
Who I'm sure you've seen that video on YouTube. Who went and said, "I will die for Pakistan," and then the teacher says, "Grape." That is a terrible, terrible example of well, kind of comedic child abuse, but it's still child abuse. So the assassinations on the Houthis have now reached over 50. So we'll get the exact number. As I said, we have only 4 junior ministers left of the Houthis. So somebody needs to become leader. Come on, who wants to take the job? Hands up if you're a part of Houthi and the Blowfish and want to become a leader. No one? Okay. It's because they're all terrified.
No, thank you. They'll get bombed. Nobody wants to be in charge of that. It's gone. Good
a lot
riddance.
of the Houthis have already fled Yemen, as some of you already know, and
Radical.
we reported on 2C TV a while ago. They are now in the United Kingdom. We have confirmation that the Houthi members have crossed the English Channel from France over the last few weeks, and they have arrived in the United Kingdom. They are currently in the migrant hotels up and down the country, and the government is not doing anything about it. They are claiming to be asylum seekers.
They're not.
From Yemen, part of Yemen that was controlled by their own people, the Houthis, and they were members or supporters of the Houthis. Somehow they still need asylum. And the British government says, oh, of course, yeah, sure. All we have to do is just raise some taxes on British taxpayers, and of course we're going to give you whatever you need. Now, there is a lot of reaction here, but before we do that, let's not forget, one of the main important points that we are here for is to make sure that you have complete access to 2CTV, the geopolitical news, to make sure you're always up to date with everything we do, news posts,
geopolitical news,
live shows,
not
interviews,
geopolitical.
podcasts, documentaries, chat forum, which we're going to get to in a second. The best thing you can do is, of course,
he's got a
access
Discord,
to the full
right?
channel, not just YouTube. Join 2CTV Plus. Use the QR code, scan it, or go on 2c.tv. All right.
Yeah. I'll find his Discord then. Maybe I can join it and get some updates from him. I enjoy watching Tusi. Ex-Muslim versus Muslim debate. 3 hours. Why Islam is false. Prophet Prophet versus Dean responds. Is it a truly full debate?
Hey everybody, tonight we are debating whether or not Islam is true, and we are starting right now with Dean Responds opening statement. Thanks for being with us. Dean, the floor is all yours.
Yeah, thank you, James. So we're going to start off the debate on why Islam is true, based on the fact that the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is prophesied within the Bible. This case is made by Ibn Taymiyyah.
Oh, this is such a
within his work,
stupid
Ijma'
case.
al-Sahih,
Why are
where
you
he
even trying to
quotes,
make this
Psalm
point?
72.
Oh,
Now,
he
within
quoted
this
the psalm.
prophecy, I'm going to be going over the fact that the Prophet Muhammad Muhammad's kingdom will be identified with himself in the same way that in the book of Jeremiah,
Read before
chapter
and
27,
after.
Nebuchadnezzar is identified as his kingdom, even though generations had already passed and he had already passed away. He's still identified as his kingdom, as we see here. Then many nations and great
We'll watch that later, and I'll make comments on it. I don't think we're ready for something this heavy. Let's save it. Oh no.
Hey everybody, tonight we are
We'll save
debating
it
whether
for
or not
later.
Islam is true, and we are starting right.
Save. Watch on stream later. Close. Okay, we'll watch it later. I don't want to get into a 3-hour debate right now. Although we can go through it later. We will when I'm not in the mood for video games anymore. Oh, same thing from Fox News. They're a little late on it though. Compared to Tootsie. We'll watch later. Let's see. Let's get my playlist. Let's pull up that Fox News one I was looking for yesterday. No, I don't care. This is old, 2 years ago. This one.
Let's bring in Bill Benjamin, who heard the gunfire from his home just 3 blocks away, rushed in to help. Ben, I'm
This is
so
about
sorry
the
that
school
your community
shooting.
is going through this. Walk us through those
The
first
church
moments
shooting, I guess
when
you
you
can
first
call
heard
it.
the shots.
Good morning. So we live approximately 3 city blocks from the church and the school. My daughter went from K to 8th grade there. Beautiful day. We had the windows open on our home. I was on a business conference call, and I grew up as a hunter, so I'm very familiar with guns and all of that. So all of a sudden, I started hearing this massive amount of gunfire, and at first I couldn't believe it because approximately, I'm guessing it went on for 3 or 4 minutes. And anybody that knows anything about firearms, I mean, for continual fire for that long is a lot of ammo that was spent. So anyway, I hear this very distinctive sound. It went on for a very considerable time. I got off the call, got in my vehicle, drove around to the school and the church, and I would say I was there probably somewhere around 10 minutes after the shooting. There had already been a substantive law enforcement presence there. They started cordoning it off with the yellow tape, and I was just watching screaming parents, crying parents go right by me towards the church and the school. And after I called my daughter, and she left work and came on over, and a gentleman, I would say around 30-ish, a survivor of the incident, came walking towards where I was and some other law enforcement people. He spoke with them, and then I got a chance to speak with him for about 20 minutes. And he described that he normally doesn't go to church there, but he was there that day. And when the shooting started, he laid down in the pews, and the bullets were so close to him and other individuals there that the bullets were shredding the pews, and wood from the bullets was literally falling on his face. So a very lucky gentleman to survive that. So we have many friends there. We know some of the teachers. So it's a very nice family.
So they're not at body level and easy to be shot through, but
You know,
I mean,
you're
obviously
familiar
it's
with
hard to
guns, and I
redesign
feel
a
like
building
anyone
when it's
who is
already
familiar with
like
guns would know
been
that
there
there
for
was
how many years,
gunshots
you know?
going off. But these kids were so
We
innocent, and
never
some of those
worried
interviews
about
they
this in
said
the
they thought it
90s.
was
That's
fireworks.
when it
That's
first
how innocent
started
and young
happening
these
in
kids
Columbine.
were. You know, you're talking about the people who were there. I believe you said your daughter, her best friend's
He says the response
family
was fairly
at
quick
the
from
church
police officers,
when
though,
this
so
happened.
that is a
Have
big
they
plus.
said anything to you guys?
Yeah, so some of these people are friends who you described there. Her best friend family is very good friends with some people that were at the Mass. And we're also friends with these folks also. So they were at the Mass, and they, her friend described to my daughter, you know, what went on internally inside the church. It was absolute chaos and obviously a complete disaster in there. Excuse me. And so I don't know, you know, if my daughter was here, she could describe it better.
Oh, they had a drone there, huh?
But she did tell me what you alluded to, yes.
Well, seeing the videos of these parents, there was one mom going by, it looked like she was going to collapse. She was so upset. And
Yeah.
I mean, seeing these parents
Just
holding
prayers
these
for
little
all of
kids walking out of this, it is gut-wrenching to watch. And my heart goes out to every single person involved in this. Thank you for your time, Bill, to give us this recount of what you heard yesterday. Thank you.
I still want to find out how the 17 other kids are doing.
Of course.
God bless all those people.
Prayers to your community, Bill.
And reactions are pouring into yesterday's school shooting, and as usual, some people out there using the
this
opportunity
idiot.
to play politics. Former Biden press secretary Jen Psaki spinning this
Why does she
tragedy
even have a
into an
platform?
attack on
I don't
President
understand why
Trump's
people listen
crime
to somebody
crackdown
like her.
in Washington, D.C. Peter Ducey joining us live at the White House with more on this. Hi, Peter.
Bill, good morning. Jen Psaki did not wait for any information at all about the shooter or about the motive before she took to X to post the following. Prayer is not freaking enough. Prayers do not end school shootings. Prayers do not make parents feel safe sending their kids to school. Prayer does not bring these kids back. Enough with the thoughts and prayers. And then, when kids are getting shot in their pews at a Catholic school mass, and your crime plan is to have National Guard put mulch down around D.C., maybe rethink your strategy. Minnesota is blue statewide, and the governor, Tim Walz, wasn't ready to make such a big jump.
Maybe you got to change some of your policies.
Receiving a call from President Trump, who
More
was with his
training, more
leadership
police.
team of the Attorney
Could
General,
have
the Vice
police
President,
assistants at the school.
expressing their deep condolences
church.
amongst the horror that happened and an offer to provide the support to the folks here in Minnesota of what's
Especially
needed.
while the doors are being locked.
On the Psaki point about the National Guard, Vice President Vance is telling USA Today, we don't want indefinitely to put National Guardsmen on the street of our cities. We just want to make sure those streets, make those streets more safe. And even Democratic D.C. Mayor Bowser agrees.
Yeah.
We greatly appreciate the surge of officers that
Yeah.
enhance what MPD has been able to do in this city. A 87% reduction in carjackings in Washington, D.C. We know that when carjackings go down, when the use of gun goes down, when homicide or robbery go down, neighborhoods feel safer.
Mayor Bowser also says that she does worry that all these extra federal law enforcement officers on the street could erode some of the trust that residents have with the Metro PD department, the normal beat cops that'll be here long after the National Guard goes away. But we've come a long way from a couple weeks ago when Mayor Bowser called the federal crime crackdown authoritarian. Bill.
Yeah, we certainly have. Peter Ducey live at the White House for us. Peter, thank you.
And Mary Catherine Ham joins us now. Thank you for being here, Mary Catherine. Jen Psaki said what she said about prayer. There was other posts like that on X, but also the mayor of Minnesota said something similar. Listen here.
And don't just say this is about thoughts and prayers right now. These kids were literally praying. It was the first week of school. They were in a church.
Mary Catherine, you also were very helpful yesterday in providing some context of this, mother of young children. Let's get your thoughts this morning.
Yeah, I just think, first of all, my thoughts and prayers are with the families who are dealing with this unspeakable tragedy today and having to talk to their children about it, those who lost their children. It is right and good and I think necessary to pray in these times. It is sad to hear public figures very quickly turn to saying that prayer is nonsense or unnecessary or weak.
The guns,
and I think
the
if I were
guns
to give
did
them
this
the
now.
good
The
faith
mentally
interpretation that
unstable
they're unwilling
person
to
did
give their
this.
friends on the right, I would say that this is a call to action, right? They're frustrated that there's not action that goes with prayer. But your response does not need to be to denigrate prayer. And it becomes actually perverse when the people in the pews were likely attacked for practicing their religion, for practicing this tenet
I know, they're
of
so
faith.
loud, baby.
And
It's
you
okay.
say that because that didn't protect them or because that doesn't solve the problem, that people should not pray and that you denigrate that practice. I have lived a life that has had its portion very different, but nonetheless of sort of unthinkable tragedy. And prayer did not solve the fact that my husband died while I was 7 months pregnant, but it did not prevent that. But it got me through every single day after that. And it helped me to raise my children. And I just think that taking the message to the public that that is somehow an insult to people who were killed while practicing their faith is so gross.
Mary Catherine, we see this over and over. You know, first responders are still on scene trying to figure out what happened, and then we get the inevitable tweets from politicians politicizing it, right? We saw it from Jen Psaki. We saw Hakeem Jeffries yesterday say that weapons of war shouldn't be on the streets before we even knew what the weapons were. Why do we see this over and over and over? People refusing to at least wait for some facts to come in.
Well, and the thing is, look, people are upset with good reason, right? There is evil in the world. We don't always know how to defeat it. That's why I think prayer is important, by the way, because we don't always know how to defeat it. But I understand being emotional, being
It's a
upset, being
spiritual war.
frustrated, being heartbroken. So many are, and so you want to jump to
What's
whatever
right
is
and wrong,
comforting to
truth
you.
and
And in some
lie.
cases, politicizing it becomes sort of a safe place to be. But it's not a helpful place to be. A helpful place to be would be, especially if your job is in the press, to stick with the facts, to be rational about it. I think I preferred Governor Walz's take there to Jacob Frey's, where you're not going to that well immediately, because I think it does send people to their corners instead of allowing them to come together at least to grieve, if not to agree on solutions to a problem.
Mary Catherine, so I've known you for a long time, and I know what you went through and how you dealt with it with such grace, and have come out on the other side in a way that is just a joy to see with your additional children that you've gone on to have.
Thank you.
One last question about the bigger picture, and that is the crackdown on crime. You did have this from Politico reporter Rachel Bade, who is putting this into context for people about how voters and citizens are seeing Trump's crime crackdown. Listen here.
When you think about voters and how they feel right now, Trump is really leaning in and sort of latching on to those fears. He wants to be the one to tell voters, I'm tough on crime. What are you going to do? And what Democrats are doing right now is saying, oh, you don't have the authority and crime is down. That doesn't resonate with people.
Your final thoughts this morning on that part.
Yeah, I think, look, I don't want to get too antiseptic about it and into the stats, but the fact is that the vast majority of gun crime is with not a mass shooting. So in D.C., for instance, there were far fewer homicides in the last 20 days than there were before that, right? Most people look at that and go, okay, that's good. We want more of that. So I think Democrats, the combination of saying prayer is bad and also cracking down on crime is bad, I think is a bad message combo to take to normal Americans, most of whom are on the
100%.
side of prayer and cracking down on crime.
All right, Mary Catherine, thank you, and go hug your children
Thank you.
today.
We want to be able to live in a safe, civil society.
Take care.
Reagan. Thanks, Caroline. I have two questions for you. Sure. Democrats, including former White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki and Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey, attacked prayer and pushed gun control in the aftermath of yesterday's shooting. What's the White House's response to their comments?
Yes, I saw the comments of my predecessor, Ms. Psaki, and frankly, I think they're incredibly insensitive
I thought it
and
was the other woman that was a press secretary for
tens of
Biden. Did
millions
she
of
get fired?
Americans of faith across this country who
Psaki?
believe in the power of prayer, who believe that prayer
Or was
works,
she only
and
there
who
for like
believe
a
that
year
in
and
a
then
time
went
of mourning
and
like
did
this,
some
when beautiful young children were killed
live
while
stream
praying
thing?
in a church, it's utterly disrespectful to deride the power of prayer in this country, and it's disrespectful to the millions of Americans of faith. And I would encourage Ms. Psaki to pray for these families themselves who need it right now more than ever.
And let's bring in former SWAT
They need the
officer Chad
prayers.
Ayers and family therapist
They
Ken
need the
Howard. It's great
peace.
to have you both here, and your expertise is appreciated. Just for our viewers and for you to hear, this is a 10-year-old witness. Watch.
It was super scary because, like, we've never practiced it in the church. We've only practiced it in the main school, so we really didn't know what to do. We just got into the pews and he shot through the stained glass windows. And then my friend Victor, he was like laying on top of me, like making sure I was safe, and he got hit. So that was really brave of him.
Chad, one of the things that you do is help schools figure out what they can do to protect themselves. Your thoughts this morning?
Not again. That's what I'm thinking, Dana. Obviously, my heart breaks. The start of the school year. And yet another one. Obviously, when I started Proactive Response
To drive
Group,
fear
my
into the
goal,
community.
Dana, was to be out of business one day, that these events quit happening.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, that's not the case. And especially over the last 2 months, I feel like we've seen an increase of attacks, whether that's knife attacks, gun attacks, whatever it is. But it's disheartening, and it really drives home the point. And again, I'm not here to Monday morning quarterback these victims. We learn from these events. I'm heartbroken. But it's time we really dive in and start evaluating the type of training we are doing in these schools. You know, are we focused solely on how much does this cost? Or are we looking at, are we providing valuable, effective training, or are we just checking a box? So many organizations say, well, let's just show this quick 5-minute YouTube video. That's not training. That does not prepare you for the worst case scenario.
Ken Howard, I want you to listen to the principal of Annunciation Catholic School here.
Seconds of this situation beginning, our teachers were heroes. Children were ducked down. Adults were protecting children. Older children were protecting younger children. And as we heard earlier, it could have been significantly worse without their heroic action.
It could have.
This is a nightmare, but we call our staff the dream team. And we will recover from this.
There are multiple layers of trauma and interlocking complicated webs of trauma here, from the young man that you saw that was the witness to families who lost people and those first responders who were there on the scene. What's the most important thing that these different types of groups deal with immediately?
Well, the main difference between what you had me on for the Texas flooding and this is a moral evil.
Yeah, she's awake.
This is a deeply tragic experience
Looking
because
grumpy.
this person dehumanized these children.
You're looking around all
and saw
grumpy.
them as objects, not as people to care for. And it is that act that is an act against God, because how you treat the creation is a reflection of how you feel about the Creator. And our job now is to humanize the people here, the children, the parents, the priests, the nuns, the administrators, the EMTs, the police, that all have now been impacted and traumatized by this. And to see them not as statistics, not as political fodder, but as people to now be loved and cared for. The Catholic teaching on building a just society is predicated on life and dignity of humans and of the call to family and community for participation. And so now the question becomes, how do we now justly act and humanize the people that are here and love them well?
The First Lady wrote this, that the tragic mass killing in Minnesota illuminates the need for preemptive intervention in identifying potential school shooters. Early warning signs are often evident, with many individuals exhibiting concerning behaviors and making violent threats online
It really
prior to their
frustrates me that
actions.
YouTube
Chad, has that been your
allowed them to be
experience as you
pre-uploaded and
deal with
then
many of these?
released without, like,
100%, Dana,
they
and I
should have been
appreciate the First
scrubbed.
Lady
I don't know
stepping
why
up
they
to play
weren't,
on this.
and why
Obviously,
nothing was done
so
on
many of
YouTube's
these
end.
training models out here focus just on the event, that short time period. But what we want to do, and with Proactive Response Group, if we can focus on the recognition of early warning signs, she's exactly right. Upwards, over 80% of the people who commit these attacks, there were early warning signs that were missed. Whether that is inappropriate interest in mass past acts of violence, which we do know he had, inappropriate interest in weapons, disassociation from their normal social circles. I mean, there's so many of these. So if we can empower these teachers and students with what are these early warning signs that we see, and build a culture in the school where students and staff are comfortable coming forward, reporting these signs. Look, this is a holistic approach we have to look at, Dana. It's not just the students and teachers. This starts with, our politicians. Everyone has a role to play in this, not just the students, the teachers, and law enforcement.
Ken, let me give you one last word. I thought maybe I would ask you about the doctors. As Bill Malusian pointed out, I mean, I don't know how severe the injuries were, but they were able to help most of them survive.
Yes, I spoke to a doctor last night who's a prominent physician. Her hospital locked down. 5 of the kids were brought to her. She cared for them. Her own children's daycare was locked down. And it was scary for everyone, but those children that were brought to her hospital survived. And, she now, her call to action was to donate blood, to get involved in the vigil last night, and to participate in the community's healing. One thing I do want to bring to your audience is, a book as simple as A Grief Unveiled. Gregory Floyd, a Catholic father who lost a son tragically. These kind of guides can be helpful in navigating grief that's now in front of the community.
A Grief Unveiled. Hadn't heard of it?
Yes,
I will
Gregory
check it
Floyd.
out. Okay. Ken, Chad, thank you.
Nate Foy is in Minneapolis now with the latest on the investigation. Good morning, Nate.
Hey, Aisha. So as we await that news conference from hospital officials, hopefully we'll learn a bit more about the 14 kids who were injured. We're told that all of them will survive their injuries, but I want to begin with new information that we're learning about the gunman in this case, with Minneapolis police believing at this point, the newest information is that they think he was previously at one point a student at Annunciation Catholic School, that his mother worked there previously, and that the shooter also attended the church, which, just to give you your bearings, Aisha, behind me is the school, and yesterday The kids walked right next door to this church where they began their third day of school this year in Mass. When the gunman, Robin Westman, opened fire through the windows. And two kids, ages 8 and 10, were killed. You see two crosses outside, a memorial for those two kids.
They want it to be a dead name. It's going to the grave with them.
All morning.
Honestly.
I'll ask my photographer to zoom up, or pan up, I should say, to these emotional support animals as this community is coming together. And I spoke with one couple who said right now they feel like prayer is all they can provide, so that's what they want to do. Listen to this, Aisha.
You just pray because these were innocent kids.
Very innocent. Very unjust.
I can't imagine what the
Wanted to
families are going
maximize
through.
as much terror as possible could
It's going to take
by
a while to
attacking
heal.
children.
You have to
What a
pray
weak man.
and surround the community with prayer. Protect them by prayer. Prayer is powerful.
Yes, it is.
So authorities still
I
working
know
to
it
learn even more
personally
about
is.
the gunman, Aisha. Police say
The fact that
23-year-old
I'm here
Robin
today
Westman
is
was
because
born
of prayer.
Robert Westman, and he killed himself behind the church after unloading dozens of rounds. According to records, Westman filed for a name change with the state in 2019 to reflect a change in gender identity.
We're also aware of a manifesto
that the shooter had timed to be
Oh,
released
you're
on
Robert.
YouTube. This
Your name
manifesto
doesn't even
appeared
deserve
to
to be
show
spoken,
him
honestly.
at the scene and included some disturbing writings. That content has since been taken down with the assistance of the FBI, and it now remains under active review by our investigators.
Yeah.
And one thing I want to show you, Aisha, before we send it back to you, this wreath coming from the town of Uvalde. You can see the note at the top says, "We get it, with love, Uvalde." Now, FBI Director Kash Patel says that the FBI is investigating this as a case of domestic terrorism and a hate crime against Catholics. We'll send it back to you, Aisha.
Okay, Nate Foy, live for us in Minneapolis as we await that press conference. We'll bring it to you live as soon as it happens. Nate, thank you.
Vice President J.D. Vance is speaking right now, and he's speaking about the
Well, I didn't see his
horrific
speech.
shootings in Minneapolis yesterday. Let's listen.
They are your fellow citizens. So think about it and say a prayer for them. And remember that they are as much us as our neighbors right here in this wonderful community in Wisconsin. And the thing that they need most of all is they need their fellow Americans to reach out and care about them. And I know that every single one of us is going to do that. That's the first thing that I want to say.
You're doing.
The second thing
Look
that I
like
want
you're
to say
shadow boxing.
is when I first heard the news, I was worried
What do you
that
got?
the death
What's in this cup? Nothing. Can't fill it up with water or anything? Oh, it's got that. That's cool. It hurts. It's the same cup. Where'd you get this cup at?
At the store.
At the store.
No. I went at the store. It was Target.
Target. Oh, cool.
I was
Or Walmart. Is that your coffee cup now?
No, it says it's cocoa.
Hookah. Hot cocoa.
Look, it's hot cocoa.
Mm.
I can't wait, and you think.
Yeah, don't break it. You just shake it. Got lights all over the place. You love it?
See, look, it's got mad.
It's mad.
No, it's happy.
Oh, it's happy. Good.
Look, it's got mud.
It's got mud. Oh, okay. It's dirty. Oh, it's camouflaged.
It can't. It's plastic and made of plastic.
It's made of plastic, yeah.
Look at it back.
Is that where you put the batteries in the back?
Uh-huh.
And cool.
We'll get
What's on the handle?
these.
Yeah.
Where it's missing the pumpkin.
Oh.
Bag of bubbles.
Oh, yeah, it has bubble sound. Where you bring that? Gigi's house? Oh, I was playing with that. Batman? Got your little Batman? Oh, yeah, Batman. You got enough hands? I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. We're gonna eat some pizza, finish this up.
Toll was going to be
How
higher
am I
based
on
on
this? So
what
then
the
we're gonna go
media
play some
reports
Mecha
were
Breaker.
saying. And right now, there are still a couple of kids,
Or Mecha Break.
some of whom in very critical condition, who
I know I'm weird.
may
This is a
yet
high school
survive
thing.
this.
You
And
know,
I
with
think they would
stressing.
appreciate your prayers, and their families would appreciate your prayers as well. So if you are the praying type, I'd ask you to say a prayer tonight for those kids that are still recovering, that they may recover fully and go on to live a full life, the life that was deprived from a couple of their classmates. And, you know, the stories, I'd encourage you to read some of the stories about what happened yesterday, about the violence, about the fact that you had 10-year-old kids laying over their friends to look after them and to try to protect them. And while yesterday was an unspeakable tragedy, I'd ask you to remember that we also saw the very best of the United States of America. And to every person who protected a friend, to every first responder, to every paramedic who made it so the death toll wasn't higher, we love you.
So much
We're proud of you,
appreciation for
and
them.
we'll never forget the great American spirit that you showed yesterday.
Joe Cardinale is joining us now, retired NYPD lieutenant. Joe, thank you for being here under these horrific circumstances. As now those children will say goodbye to those two small children, 8 and 10, who died. There are others still fighting for their lives at this hour. I want to get your reaction to what was just released by the FBI, and that was more details on the shooter and what they say is solid evidence demonstrating this was an act of domestic terrorism motivated by a hate-filled ideology. The evidence they included in that
everybody,
was the manifesto,
everything.
what was written on the firearms, anti-Jewish language, Israel must fall. There was an explicit call for violence against President Trump on one of the firearm magazines. Of course, this investigation is ongoing, but there is already a lot here, Joe.
Yes, Sandra, this is a lot of hate from an individual on so many different levels,
Mhm.
religious, political, personal. And it's just amazing to me that somebody close to this individual didn't pick this up. You know, that all this hate, he's not professing it for the first time. As far as
The
I'm
in and out
concerned,
today
somebody
is
had to
so
hear
much.
how he hated all these individual
Yes.
groups and everything to
Between
a
you and your
level
mom
to a
going in and
degree
out of the
that he
house.
carried out this carnage that we spoke about yesterday and continue to speak about today. So, you know, the point is, this is somebody that had the means to do it, shouldn't have had the means to do it. And if they were under any sort of care, you know, I do have to question the health professionals that may have known about this and didn't take the proper action.
You know, Joe, a part of what the FBI just released and its finding from the investigation thus far is that they will employ all of their counter-terror tools, which they already are, to ensure this is fully investigated and deterred. Could you dig into that?
Yeah, because they're going to have copycats.
Obviously, with the shooter
Or attempts
now
at copycats.
gone, and there will be no trial.
Because there's more
How do you
mentally
make sure
disturbed
that you
people that were encouraging this
another individual
online.
like this from carrying out a horrific attack like this?
Well, Sandra, that's going to have to come on so many different levels. From
Love
a
you.
law enforcement perspective, you have to really start digging
Have
into
fun.
these
Take it easy.
these sites, these social media sites where people are doing this, and get a
Yeah.
heads up much earlier.
I'm ready to take
than
mine
they do. Now,
again,
in this
but it's too
particular
early.
case, this was released after the incident, which makes it, you know, very hard to address.
Yeah.
But when you see
Lot
these
of,
individuals and you have people
just
that
like
say, "Oh,
cold
that's
chill
just
pains."
Johnny being Johnny," that's not the fact. All right, people need
Yeah.
to start addressing it, because in this
We'll have to
day
turn
and
the
age,
heater on
people take
probably
things
tonight.
to a whole different level, and we accommodate the
Yeah, I'm checking the
you know,
weather.
the stupidity of people accepting practices.
Yeah, but it's
see
gonna
it as
drop
the
down
norm,
again
when
to
it's far
49.
beyond the norm. This is beyond normal. And as I stated, I think the
I'll
healthcare
do it
industry
later.
has to be addressed, you know, with these
Love
HIPAA
ya.
laws, and start notifying police officers when they really, even if there's a hint of somebody being a danger to themselves or to the police, and they don't know if these people have the firearms or the means to do it. So they should address it accordingly. And so
But if they're
moving
uploaded
forward, I think the FBI
on YouTube,
is going to get a better
it
handle
should be
on
reported.
social media, and get a better handle on the, you know, the HIPAA laws to
Mhm.
address these concerns.
So you'll see at the very bottom of our screen here that we are alerting that there is now a confirmed 3 p.m. Briefing by the Minneapolis police. They are going to give an update top of the next hour on what they are learning. These are live pics of the memorial that is happening right now, where you can see members of the community, parents, and others who are gathering with their messages, candles and flowers to say goodbye to those victims that we lost yesterday. In this briefing, we are told that the police chief will talk about search warrants that they conducted and what has been found. Obviously, we could get a lot more information here, Joe, when we hear from the police at the top of the hour.
Yeah.
Yes, you might get some information. They're not going to privy
Looks
anybody
like
to sensitive material, because if there are other individuals that
JD.
this
See what JD has to
person,
say.
this coward connected with, they're going to keep that close to the vest right now until they investigate it. But you don't know. The search warrants are necessary to secure the information they need to put a rhyme or reason to this. And I'm looking at this the display of flowers and the cross and everything. And Sandra, it's just amazing that the politicians will take this to another level by putting a rhyme or reason for their own political gains, whereas you have children, the innocence of the children, 10 years old.
This person was obviously not mentally stable.
Jumping on another student to protect them. That's unheard of. That's unheard of. And that's just the power of prayer that these children carry. And in the absence of common sense, we do rely on prayer, and these children are taught to do the same thing. So kudos to them. They deserve all the recognition in this.
Amen. God bless them. And they've been through so much.
Yes, they have.
We watch this community grieve and remember those young lives that have been lost, Joe. Live pictures there in Minneapolis. So we do anticipate that update from the police top of the hour. Joe, appreciate it. Thank you.
Anytime, Sandra.
But now I want to bring in Wisconsin Republican Congressman Derek Van Orden, who represents this district that we are currently sitting in. He joins me now on set. He's immediately walked onto set, boldly in a pair of cowboy boots. That's right. All Wisconsin turning to this Texan and saying, "Do you need a pair of boots, Will?"
Yeah, I was just wondering, now, you guys do a lot of beefer down there, but we do a lot of dairy, and I was just in a dairy barn yesterday, so although these boots look good, you don't want to smell them at this moment.
So there may be manure on these boots.
Just a little.
But I will be dead before I take a boot insult from a Wisconsinite to a Texan. But I'm proud of you. You look great,
Thank you.
Congressman. And thank you for being with us here today. This is a very serious issue, and I know that it also hits very close to home for you as well.
Yeah. Hey, it's an absolute unspeakable tragedy that these children were murdered and grievously injured in Minnesota. I mean, Minnesota, you can walk there in about 10 minutes from where we're sitting. My wife and I lost our daughter 2 years ago to cancer, and I know what it's like to lose a child. And what we need to be focusing on now is the souls of those children and their parents and their relatives, and gathering them up together, because they are American citizens. And we need to help them as much as we possibly can and give them support. It's a tragic time. There'll be time for political discussions later, but the stuff the left has been throwing out now about how
gun control and everything else. And,
we need to just stop doing all these
things. Yeah, I agree.
The
prayer useless thing really frustrates me.
What do you think of that, Congressman? You hear Jen Psaki, you hear commentators on CNN, you hear elected officials like Mayor Jacob Frey suggesting somehow there's either a worthlessness or a problem in prayer.
It's absolutely foolish. It is foolish. Listen, we have an incredible
There's
mental health crisis in this
hate
country
and chaos
now.
filled on the left for some reason.
They've been jacking up young
lately.
people on these hormones, chemically castrating them, physically removing healthy body parts, and trying to convince them that they were born in the wrong body. Well, listen, this is a spiritual issue.
I want my legs to be amputated. They're really annoying, but you know what? I can walk on them. They're just really annoying to deal with.
I've got a tight clock today because I have a long interview with the vice president, but I don't want to leave without saying
actually go through with it because I have them. They semi-work. They're there, but they're not in the same condition they were when I was born. They're injured.
It's absolutely amazing.
Technically destroyed my left leg.
A lot during the campaign. We have the hardest working, best folks here. We've got our manufacturing base and ag. That's what we do here in the third. I'm very proud of it. President Trump loves farmers and manufacturers.
But we just keep on keeping on.
And it's just wonderful to have him, and he will be back.
All right.
Prayer is a very strong part of my life.
Thanks, Will.
This is just
How I
an
get through days
unbelievable
sometimes.
tragedy. And we have to
That's how I
remember
get
that there
through
are a
every
couple of
day.
families who yesterday
Sometimes
had
it's
their
every
worst day
day.
of their lives, and it's not going to get much better from here because of what this evil person took from these families, which is these two beautiful kids. That's my first response to it. My second response to it is I'm praying every single day, multiple times a day, that
We never have
while
to deal with this
two
again.
deaths is tragic, 3 deaths is even more tragic, and I hope it stays at 2, because there still are some kids who seem to be in pretty serious condition at the hospital, so we're praying for their swift recovery. And I think on the broader stuff, I mean, look, clearly this person was a mentally deranged
Has there
human
been
being.
any updates on the
Clearly
kids?
it was
I
a
wonder.
transgender individual. We're going
That's
to
what
learn
I've
a
been
lot
looking
more, and I
for,
think
but
the
I haven't come
FBI and the
across
local
any
authorities
updates on
are
the
going to try to
injured
get to the
children that
bottom
were
of this. But
incredibly conditioned.
you don't go and shoot up
I would like
innocent
to know
children
how
unless
they're
you're a
doing.
clearly screwed up person. We're so soon
Just
after this
sending out
tragedy
prayers for them
that I
and
think that it would be
the well-being
nice
of their
if we as a
family
country
and
could unite, say a
that the
prayer for these
doctor's
innocent
hands
victims, say
and
a prayer
minds
for the
are clear
kids
and able
who are still
to
recovering, that they make a full recovery,
resolve and save their
focus on the
lives and return them
investigation
back
and
to some
getting to
type
the
of
bottom of this
normalcy.
thing, and not immediately make it about politics. And my final point on this is when I see far left politicians say, how dare you offer thoughts and prayers, you need action. You know, I don't care about your prayers, I care about what you're going to do to prevent this from happening. Why does it have to be one or the other? Why
Yeah, it
can't
could
you
be both.
pray for the speedy recovery of these kids who literally just got shot yesterday, while at the same time committing to making sure this doesn't happen again, or that it happens as
He got shot in the
infrequently
back.
as
There's
possible?
potential
I don't think there's
paralysis
anything
involved with
inconsistent
that.
about saying a prayer to God for these
And I'm
innocent,
praying
beautiful
that
kids,
he's not.
while also thinking constructively about how we're going to prevent this from happening the next time. You can do both of those things. You can hold a thought, both of those thoughts in your head at the same time. And Will, if you are a politician or you're a media commentator and 2 beautiful babies just got murdered while praying, and your politics force you to contemn prayer in response to it, you ought to get new politics, because something very wrong has gone on inside your soul.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox
We'll
News
see.
YouTube
Let's
page
switch
and
my
catch our
algorithm
hottest
around
interviews
to,
and most compelling announcements.
find out any updates. Uprising in Indonesia. Oh no. Braveheart, such a good movie. One of my favorite movies. Braveheart, Last Samurai, The Patriot. Really enjoy a lot of Mel Gibson's older movies. I haven't been really into much of the newer movies. Passion of the Christ, really good movie. I wanted to watch the new one with Jim Cavill. Cavell. Oh, what's it called? It's about the agent that saves abducted kids. I haven't watched that one yet. I kind of got to prepare myself for that. Those are soft spots for me, especially dealing with children. Having 3 of them myself, I can't imagine what a parent would feel having their child be adopted or anything going into that arena. You know, that's just a whole another battle that I do not want to experience whatsoever. I don't think any person would wish that. I mean, I feel like some people have been, especially with allowing crime to run rampant in areas, and so abductions like that happen a lot more than they should. Ballad of Big Balls. I'm not a fan of that guy commentating right now for Tim. In the place of Tim, he's just not my cup of tea. There's certain people I'm able to listen to, there's others I'm not. It just depends on how they talk and their voices. No, young Bob. Oh, have we listened to this one? It's a good one.
Everybody's talking, but not my tree.
Wow, medicine amount actually like changes the reverb a little bit in my head. It still sounds good though. I just feel the medicine a little more today.
Like they headline news, every cactus, every pebble trying to point at Jews, whispering at night like the dunes got spies, playing hide and seek under desert skies. But my boy got God, he won't give you up, won't pass your name from cup to cup. Desert full of grasses blowing with the wind, but my leafy friend stays true to his kin. God ain't no snitch, he stands with his crew, shade in the heat when they're coming for you. Every rock's whispering, every bush gon' squeal, but God in the shade, keeping secrets sealed. The stones cry out, there he is right there. Shrubs point fingers in the evening air, but God just sways like, not today. He's got his people and he won't betray. Some call him the tree of the Jews with spite, but he wears that name like a badge of light. If you're running through the desert with the mob on your tail, he's the one spot where the whispers fail. God ain't no snitch, he stands with his crew, shade in the heat when they're coming for you. Every rock's whispering, every bush gon' squeal, but God's in the shade, keeping secrets sealed. He don't play along with the tattletale crowd. He's seen too much and he's too damn proud. From Sinai winds to Jerusalem stones, he guards his friends like they're his own. They can tell their tales, they can shout their names, but God won't join in the desert games. He's rooted deep with the promise made to keep you safe in his loyal shade. History's loud and the mob runs hot, but some truths are better left forgot. So if you need a place while the heat runs thick, find Garcot, cause he won't snitch. Garcot ain't no snitch, he stands with his crew, shade in the heat when they're coming for you. Every rock's whispering, every bush gon' squeal, but Garcot's in the shade, keeping secrets sealed. Yeah, the desert's noisy, but my tree knows better. Under his branches, you're safe.
Good song. AP, thank you for making that. I really enjoy it actually. Zabiba. Wait, he's got more songs? Should we listen to more? Yeah, why not? Let's see what Zabiba is.
Zabiba, Zabiba, I got a big Zabiba. Zabiba, Zabiba, I got a big Zabiba. Forehead looking like a cocoa bean. Praise be to Allah, I'm such the machine. I hit that rug like 5 times a day. Now I don't got something righteous to say. Imam walk by, he give me that nod. Cause my head look like a head, but a God. It's dark, it's round, it's kinda intense. People asking if I walked into a fence. Now God, it's the mark of the prostrator. Certified suit.
If I remember correctly, Zabiba is where Muslims pray and they put their foreheads to the ground and have a mark from praying so much. And then the darker and deeper your mark is, the more religious you are.
She's looking like mashallah. She see the bump, she drop a shawl. Even my barber said, what's this crate? I told him that's the path to my creator. Zabiba, I got a big Zabiba. Zabiba, Zabiba, I got a big Zabiba. Sweat on my sajada like I'm in the gym. And I do it all for Allah, not the whim. Zabiba, Zabiba, I got a big Zabiba. Zabiba, Zabiba, I got a big Zabiba. My Zabiba got a shadow of its own. GPS pinged it as a prayer zone. It got frequent flyer miles to Jenna. Got more bumps than the camel ain't gone. The brothers be jealous trying to get theirs drawn. Rubbing their heads on gravel till dawn. But you can't fake what the rug provides. That's sujud sauce, custom design. Yo, I ain't flex. Okay, I'm flex. But only for Allah, don't get it twisted. This Zabiba got me heaven listed. Zabiba, Zabiba, I got a big Zabiba. Zabiba, Zabiba, I got a big Zabiba. Head so blessed, it's got Wi-Fi bars. Connected to all, no need for stars. Zabiba, Zabiba, Zabiba in the masjid. Zabiba, Zabiba, Zabiba when I sleep as I Zabiba, this bump ain't just cosmetic. Zabiba, Zabiba, it's a badge from the majestic.
Bum, 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 bum. Batting in the flute. No, the keyboard. Keyboard flute. I want to see what Fox has to say about the Houthi Prime Minister, and then we'll go into some games. We'll play some Mecha Break. Maybe some Path of Exile too, if we're feeling it. Zabiba, I got a big Zabiba. Zabiba. Ba, ba, ba. And all right, let's see what they have to say.
As we go international here, the Israeli military does believe the Houthi terror group's entire cabinet was killed in a strike in Yemen Thursday,
Kaboom. There was a
including
big boom.
the prime minister.
Double
Israel's
boom because they were
Channel
storing
12
weapons where
reporting
they
the
were at in their
assessment
meeting.
is preliminary,
Stupid.
adding that it appears the Houthi defense minister and military chief of staff were there at the time of the explosion. That's just one of the topics that we are following out of the Middle East here. Let's bring in Clifford May, founder and president of the Foundation for Defense of Democracies. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us as always.
Good to see you, Josh, always.
All right, so first off, I have to ask you here about that headline. Again, Channel 12 reporting that the preliminary assessment says that the Houthi prime minister and the entire cabinet wiped out in that strike. If true, if confirmed, how significant is that?
It's very significant. It's really interesting. Keep in mind that the initial approach to the Houthis was just to shoot down their missiles, like to shoot down their arrows. And then after that, the U.S. and to a great extent the Israelis went after the infrastructure, where they're building the missiles, where they're launching them from. This is different. This is going after the personnel in charge, the defense minister. By the way, when we use these terms, the Houthis are not really a nation. They're a rebel group that occupy and control much of Yemen. Not all of it. They're not recognized. There is a government. It's weaker, actually, than the Houthis, partly because the Houthis are backed up by the regime in Tehran. So we don't know everybody who's lost, but some very important people are lost. That means that there are a lot of, I don't know, junior vice presidents for missile launching against the Zionist enemy who will now get promotions and maybe raises. Will they be as good as those who came before them? I don't know. Will they be more frightened now of what's going on? I mean, if you're such a person, you know that buckling your seatbelt is not enough to keep you safe. The Israelis had very precise intelligence where these people would be. and how to hit them.
They
That's
just need to
really
find
kind
those
of remarkable.
hostages, man. Like,
I want to pop this up on your screen because there's a lot of information
I
still
wish they were more
developing
effective
as
on
far
getting
as
those
this goes.
hostages out of
Betrayed our
Gaza.
friend over at Fox News
I wish
late
they
last
knew the
night,
location
saying
and
lots of
could
chatter tonight of a serious incident in Gaza involving IDF soldiers.
rescue
There's no
them.
confirmed information or official
Especially
comment
if they
from
have
the
new
Israeli
captors, so
military,
they should be
waiting
able
to
to rescue
report
those
any
guys.
details here until we get more. Now, as the hours unfolded after that, we learned that Arab media was reporting that IDF soldiers had been taken captive. They were kidnapped there in Gaza. The IDF came out hours later and said that is not the case. It's propaganda. It's not true. But my question for you is there really any question that the Hamas terror group and other terror groups there do want to take even more hostages?
Of course, that's right, Josh. That's absolutely the case. That what Hamas understands is that the Israelis value their people to an extraordinary extent. There are probably of the 250 hostages taken on back in October 2023, there are perhaps 20 still alive. They're still alive, being tortured, being starved. We've seen videos put out by Hamas of starving hostages being forced to dig their own graves. The Israelis don't say, "Oh well, that's too bad. That's what happens in war. Let's go after Hamas." And whatever collateral damage there is, there will be. Hamas, by contrast, uses Gazan civilians as human shields in the secure knowledge that every time a Gazan civilian gets killed, a woman, a child, and whoever it is, even a terrorist, people will say, "Oh, those terrible Israelis! Look what they're doing." While Hamas are in their tunnels, cost hundreds of millions of dollars to create, safe and eating stolen food. But yes, this is something the Israelis have to think hard about. Even if we have a deal to get these hostages out, we don't have that yet, but even if we do we not think that Hamas, if it survives, will try to take new hostages and do this all over again?
And we do have a live look right here
Hamas is gonna
outside
do
of
anything to
Al-Aqsa
survive at
Hospital.
this
This
point.
is over in Gaza there. It looks like the shot is frozen, but we also have another one that shows the families and friends of the different hostages that are still being held there in Gaza. This is over in Israel as they hold their weekly news conference and then do the protests. They take to the streets there, thousands upon thousands of people that gather to essentially call for the resignation of Benjamin Netanyahu, also the end to the war. They want a ceasefire, a lot of different topics that are discussed. But another topic I want to discuss with you here is the Palestinian Authority criticizing the U.S. decision to essentially deny visas to its officials there for that upcoming United Nations General Assembly. Now, the office of the president urging the U.S. to reconsider, calling the move a violation of international law and the UN headquarters agreement. So it's a big topic that's being discussed. And I always ask you how significant. So how significant is that decision? And are there any potential diplomatic consequences as a result?
Look, the Trump administration is taking, I think, a principled position and saying that Mahmoud Abbas, the head of the Palestinian Authority, he pays people for terrorist acts. You kill Israelis, you get paid for it. Even while you're in prison, the more you kill, the more you get paid. In all the years he's been in office, and he's been in office for like close to 20 years, with only one election years ago, he's done nothing
paid for by Palestinian authorities.
People he rules, no democracy, no freedom. He's not contributing to the possibility of peaceful coexistence with Israel. They just think, the Trump administration thinks it's irrelevant, and no need to have him come to New York to make speeches and pound his chest and say what a victim he is. If people don't like it, they can say it's a violation of international law. That's just an assertion. International law is whatever people say it is these days. If they want to take the UN out of New York City and maybe put it in, I don't know, Lagos, Nigeria, or maybe Tehran,
the other places
I think a lot of Americans say, go
genocides.
ahead and do it. That's fine.
And my last question for you here, the status of those negotiations between Israel and Hamas. We've talked about this Gaza
Hamas just needs to
ceasefire
give up.
hostage release deal. It's been a hot topic here
Drop
for
down their
months,
weapons
really
and give
for
up.
almost 2 years as the war did begin and the October 7th attack happened. So Are we any closer? Are we seeing any kind of discussion that's moving forward, or are we just kind of stalled at this point?
It's stalled.
Well, here's what I infer. Benjamin Netanyahu, the prime minister, is saying to Hamas, we can come into Gaza City, where we really haven't been before, where life is relatively normal. There's food in the shops. Sometimes it's as expensive. Sometimes it's less so, depending on how much aid is getting in. We can come in and we will evacuate to safer places the civilians, and then we're going to come after you, Hamas, in your tunnels. We know you don't. We know you want to kill Israelis and Jews. We know you don't care if your people, the Gazan civilians, are killed. You think that's a good thing. It's part of your strategy in the disinformation war against Israel. Maybe you want to be martyrs too. If that's what you want, we'll help you get there. But if you would like to leave, maybe go to Algeria, maybe go to Qatar, maybe go somewhere else. All you have to do is give up the hostages and say, yep, we're laying down our weapons, we want to go. This is your last chance. Figure out what you want to do. I can't tell you what decision Hamas, those leaders left in the tunnels, what they're going to decide.
All right, Cliff May, thank you so much, as always, for taking the time to provide some context there. Anything we missed, anything you want to...
Like those 70 reservists they called up? Oh. Alright. Close it down. I did it. I got Stellaris now. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. About Mecha. Let's see if I can get my settings up a little bit. Graphics. Off. Special effects. Vegetation, terrain, virtual jump, weather effects low, vegetation off. I'll turn it on. Yeah, it looks a lot better. But I do have to complete some of these things, so we'll do switch to Pinaka. We'll get Inferno next. Bump. Sure, my foot's wrapped. It's not miserable. Wrapped in heat. And cold air touches it, it's just like horrible toothache pain. Ooh, not a lot of people playing right now. Unfortunate. It's really really fun game. I understand it's a niche genre. Do Panther and the kills with Panther. I can get them. I screwed up and turned off whatchamacallit, the aim assist for weapons. And it was really laggy yesterday when I was playing. Really laggy. So let's see if the stats oh, there we go, we got a match. Cape Blanc.
ready to strike. Hurricane, ready to strike. Aquila,
Just need to win.
proceeding on board. Injecting Colixium particles. Pilot sync rate stable. Mind bridge initiated.
Dismantle the chloride extractor placed by CS Vanguard at the...
Got some good damage. I don't know how many meleeers though.
Pinaka, taking off.
It's cool that with the
Pinaka, moving in to fix our strikers up.
Objective, dismantle chloride extractors. Fire control system unlocked. Chloride extractor deploys in 10 seconds.
An extractor! Destroy it!
Chloride extractor dismantled. Assist, weapon not ready. Chloride extractor deploys in 10 seconds. Weapon. Enemy down. Chloride extractor deployed. Chloride extractor deploys in 10 seconds. Assist. Assist.
An extractor! Destroy it!
Insufficient engine output. Dismantling chloride extractor. Stratum extractor dismantled. Energy low. Target acquired. Enemy down. Unavailable. Assist. Energy low. Chloride extract sufficient. Engine output. Chloride extractor deployed. Insufficient engine output. Initiating ejection sequence.
it's way much better.
Enemy down. Ready for deployment. Strike landing area. Switching to boarding mode. Entering combat zone.
Pinaka, moving in to fix our strikers up.
Panther.
Initiating ejection sequence.
That's good.
Enemy down. Ready for deployment. Landing area confirmed. Entering combat zone.
Tanaka, moving in to fix our structures up.
Assist. Core extractor deploys in 10 seconds. Core extractor deployed. Extractor! Destroy it! Enemy down. Assist. Corite extractor dismantled. Sword armor offline. Assist. Sword armor reactivated. Corite extractor deployed.
Dismantle the extractor first.
Weapon not ready. Weapon not ready. Dismantling Corite extractor. Stratum extractor dismantled. Weapon not ready. Stabilizing. Large Corite extractor deploys in 10 seconds. Weapon not ready. Large Corite extractor deployed. Dismantling Corite extractor. Weapon not dismantling Corite extractor. Assist. Not ready. Dismantling Corite extractor. Assist. Weapon not ready. Energy low. Dismantling Corite extractor. Weapon not ready. Dismantling Corite extractor. Lord. Victory.
Yeah, of course, I went to the game. Rumble does not like when I switch to games. Don't know why that is, actually. We need to find out what's going on. I tried changing bitrate. I tried having less windows open. I don't know what's going on with it. But if you like my content right now, just like, subscribe, and do your normal things wherever you're at. Twitch Primes are always welcome. You have them free. I'll take them. I'll take your Twitch Primes. I gotta pay my house. Not ashamed of needing money. Alright, that should be live now. Not yet. Now it should be live. Yeah, I don't know why it DCs me like that. It's just so annoying. Maybe if I were streaming to Rumble solely, but like my above normal. Yep, that's above normal. Output should be fast. We'll put to medium, I guess. We'll apply that. Okay. We'll make sure it's good. We'll keep it there. Did I pop out chat? I think I did, but I'm gonna do it again just in case so I can see you guys without watching my own stream. Heated blanket turned off. All kinds of stuff going on. All kinds. That was a good fight though. All right. Good. Ooh, MVP.
Tanaka delivering justice and salvation.
Best tactic. 5 dismantles. 329. Yeah. Give kudos to everybody. Good teamwork. Good teamwork. We got slammed up and eliminated great repairs. I only do like subpar repairs, but I did a lot of damage. Diamond 4. That's it for that. 1 win for Tanaka. $487. We're getting there. I didn't even load the game. I switched screens. That's what's crazy. Again, make sure to hit the follow, like button, subscribe button on YouTube, Twitch Primes. Vusses ever there. Minute 30. Okay. Not a bad wait time.
ready to strike. Sky Raider, ready to strike. Hand pilot proceeding on board. Injecting coaxium particles. Pilot sync rate stable. Mind bridge initiated.
Obtain launch keys from 3 data terminals to restart the rocket launch. A key will periodically be generated at one of 3 data terminals. Obtain and upload the keys to launch site before Windrose.
Wonder which one it's gonna be. Will it start at A? Will it start at B?
Panaka,
go.
taking off.
Landing
Panaka, moving in to fix our strikers up.
Oh, there you go, Panther too.
central launch site. Stabilizing. Key generates at point B in 60 seconds. Unavailable.
Better go get that key.
Stabilizing. Weapon not ready. Assist.
Aquila, ready to provide aerial cover.
Weapon not ready. Assist. Fire from left. Fluid armor reactivated. Key generated at point B.
Better go get that key.
Obtaining key. Assist. Key secured. Provide cover.
Better go get that key.
Weapon not ready. Unavailable. Enemy down. Target required.
Aquila, ready to provide aerial cover.
Key generates at point C in 30 seconds. Target required. Fire from front.
Here we go.
Key generated at point C.
Better go get that key.
Assist. Obtaining key. Key secured. Delivered to central launch site. Energy low. Insufficient engine output.
Get away. Got too cocky. I don't understand why we didn't kill that guy. Dude should have been dead.
Enemy down.
I don't know why the Stego was taking it anyway.
Landing area confirmed. Entering combat.
Tanaka, moving in to fix our strikers up.
Warning, you are leaving the combat zone. Target required. Obtaining key. Key secured.
Sheesh. No.
Aquila, ready to provide aerial cover.
Fire from behind. Unavailable. Key generates at point A in 30 seconds. Sword armor on. Enemy down. Victory.
Yeah, another win. Always GG.
Enemy down. Key generates at MVP.
Oh, I got MVP again.
Tanaka delivering justice and salvation.
I didn't get any of these. Fine. Uploads. 2 kills, 5 assists. Okay. Do I get 4 of them in this? I'm almost the masters. Well, once I get past 4, 5. When is season 1? We gotta find that out. That is a good question. When is season 1? Pants done. Yeah, I don't have coins. I don't have paint I want to sell. I didn't go collect port right yet. Covert operations. You get 3 opportunities per week to participate in covert operations. Use covert operation plans to sign up for additional chances. Can't do it solo though. I gotta find a group. Mm. When do the missions refresh? How long do I have on these? Should we download some PoE? Play some PoE too, I think. This game is very high intensity. Maybe we try one more with Panaka and there's some casual mode with Panther. I haven't played Panther in a very long time. I enjoy his gameplay style though. Good survivability. And movement. I hear this mouse somewhere. It gets stuck. Shoot it with my BB gun. Kids are over at my parents' house with the wife and my mother-in-law. So it's just me at home right now. Home. Got nobody. Yeah, I won't sing for you. It's horrible. It is horrible. Can't sing. I guess, I don't know. I'm not comfortable with my singing.
Panther, ready to strike. Hurricane, ready to strike. Falcon, ready to strike. Pilot proceeding on board.
Let's see if I can get my kills done.
Injecting Coaxium particles. Pilot sync rate stable. Mind bridge initiated.
Eliminate all mercenaries in the Sky Fortress. The first squad to 8 kills wins the round. Secure 2 out of 3 rounds of attack to suppress the enemy forces.
Where do you hear that mouse at, Diva?
Taking off.
I hear it squeaking.
Panther, diving into ambush.
Fire control system unlocked. Objective: neutralize all hostile strikers and swiftly conclude the operation. Weapon not ready. Energy low. Energy low. Weapon not ready. Insufficient engine output. Shield online.
Locking in to harass enemy defense.
That man. Oh, come on.
Coming in to draw enemy fire.
Relax, Diva. Can't get a darn kill.
Panther, diving into ambush.
The new round has begun. Fire control system unlocked. Shield activated. Weapon not ready. Insufficient engine output.
Yeesh.
Defeat.
Ah. Yeah, wow. Can't kill him.
MVP. Panther's lead shreds through all evil.
Died. They all died way too much. I hear that mouse. Mailman's gone at least, so. Oh, whoa. Is there Jack?
What are you doing?
I'm playing some Mecha Break. What are you doing?
Get your PoE 2.
Yeah, I'm gonna download it, I think.
I thought you were.
I was planning on it the other day, but I didn't get to it. I was gonna rush towards endgame, but you know, everybody worries about hardcore, so.
What?
And I'm just not into hardcore, like for streaming, everybody's like doing the hardcore, like see who gets to 100 first. I'm just not into that. Try this again with Panther.
I have to do that.
No, I wasn't going to. Especially, I think they made the bosses even harder. But I hear a darn mouse in the house. I got my BB gun ready. I'm gonna shoot it. Can't chase the darn thing, so gotta use everything to my advantage. I'm hoping this time I'll be able to get my kills done. I need to get 7 kills, so we'll see. Not in one match, just... Yeah, in a 6v6. Doable. I've done it before in one match. It's just, it has to be like, you know, perfectly aligned. In PoE, they did a lot of updates, though. They added another act and 3, like, mini acts.
Yeah.
And you don't have to go through the whole game again. You just continue through the acts, and then you're in endgame.
Oh, nice. That's good.
Yeah. On to who's gonna get it?
You can use multiple passages too, I guess.
Panther, ready to strike. Ready to strike.
Yeah.
Aleseness, ready to strike. Stego, pilot proceeding on board.
Yeah, I'm looking. PoE, it's always fun. Yeah, no.
Injecting Colixium particles.
How's the day been for you?
Stable. Mind bridge initiated.
This
Dismantle the chloride extractor placed by Thea's Vanguard at the observatory. Extractors will speed up if not dismantled in time, causing contamination. Reach the target number of dismantled units to halt their plan.
Yeah, no nap for me. Meds are starting to wear off. I almost fell asleep though. I was very close to it. Very groggy. Let's go. But nobody's home. They're all at my parents' house, taking care of the dogs.
Objective: dismantle chloride extractors. Energy low. Unavailable. Energy low. Chloride extractor deploys insufficient engine output. Insufficient engine output. Chloride extractor deployed.
Ah, I missed him.
Weapon not ready. Insufficient engine output.
Where is he?
Chloride extractor dismantled by enemy.
Falconeer, the sky is ours.
Insufficient engine output. Insufficient engine output. Weapon not ready. Chloride extractor deploys in 10 seconds.
Aleseness, hitting the front line.
Chloride extractor deployed.
Falconeer, the sky is ours.
Chloride extractor deploys in 10 seconds. Insufficient engine output. Chloride extractor deployed.
I'm having a rough time with him. I gotta be better with my
Initiating ejection sequence.
all ends. Oh, well, it's casual.
Enemy down. Ready. Striker ready. Switching to boarding mode.
Panther, diving into ambush.
Optical camera drone will soon go off. Fire control system unlocked. Weapon not ready. Shield activated.
You stupid shield. Oh, I got an assist on that one. No. I accidentally pulled out my shield. Oh, I got an assist on that one.
Dismantling chloride extractor. Stratum Chatterer dismantled. Unavailable. Assist.
I got an assist on that one. No.
Defense mode. Weapon not ready. Chloride extractor dismantled by enemy. Melee mode. Engine output. Extractor deployed in 10 seconds.
This is such bull. Come on. How many assists did I get through that? 3 freaking assists. People are stealing my kills. I need kills.
Enemy down.
I'm better than that.
Striker ready. Corite extractor deploys. Corite
0 kills, 3 assists.
Panther, diving into ambush.
Aleseness, hitting the front line.
Shield activated. Weapon not ready.
Oh, they're home.
The sky is ours.
Fire from right. Shield online. Corite extractor dismantled by enemy.
I don't care.
Stabilizing.
Oh my god.
Buddy, thank you.
Assist unavailable. An extractor! Destroy it! Corite extractor dismantled by enemy. Energy low. Unavailable.
This cat's in the way.
Extractor deploys in 10 seconds. Weapon not ready.
Inferno, about to lay down the barrage.
Initiating ejection sequence. Enemy down. Ready for Striker ready. Switching to boarding mode. Large.
Up we lost.
Defeat.
As soon as they get home. It's like, yay, yay. Eli, stop. No, it's just like chaos as soon as you guys get home.
Dismantling Corite extractor.
I need to go see.
Stratum shatter. MVP. Oh, Welkin ain't something to mess
And I lost. I'm not happy about that. Oh, that would be why. Burno being useless. Report. Feel like I was useless though too.
You reporting someone for being useless?
Well, yeah, he barely did anything. For the character he was playing, he didn't do any damage. Try it again. See if I can get some kills. Ay, ay, ay. I didn't get 1 kill that game. All assists.
Nice.
Get somebody to 1 health and this sniper would hit him and kill him and be like, great, thanks. I appreciate it, but I needed the kill. I needed 1 more hit on them.
Yeah.
Oh well. It's just casual mode. Let me casually kill these kids.
Panther, ready to strike. Narukami, ready to strike. Aquila,
Ready to strike. Tricer pilot proceeding on board.
Play smart. Don't play frustrated with Panther. You get frustrated with Panther, you make stupid moves.
Injecting coaxium particles. Pilot sync rate stable. Mind bridge initiated.
Obtain keys from 3 data terminals to seize the base's.
Twitch TV Max Player. Cover both my ears. Too much other sound getting me frustrated.
Panther, taking off. Panther, diving into ambush.
Optical camo training will soon go offline. Fire control objective unlocked. Secure and upload keys to the base's main turret. Weapon not ready.
Okay.
Key generates at 20
And I'm the first dead.
Initiating ejection sequence.
Why is he screaming still? Yeah. What is going on up there?
You might have traumatized from when your mom burst in head and won't let me know.
Switching to boarding mode.
So every time it's
Panther, diving into
turns up in
ambush.
your head. I don't look much.
Weapon not ready. Shield activated. Key generated at point B.
Better go get that key.
Shield online. Shield activated.
Oh yeah.
Enemy secured key. Intercept now. Assist. Enemy down. Ready for the striker ready.
Yep.
Switching to boarding mode.
Have a good one.
Panther, diving into ambush.
Melee mode. Weapon not ready. Key generates at point A in 30 seconds. Weapon not ready. Shield deactivated. Shield activated. Energy low.
I'm switching to my stinking. Oh, come on, Eli, knock it off. Getting frustrated with the game, getting frustrated with the kids.
Enemy down. Ready for striker ready. Switching to boarding mode.
Panther, diving into ambush.
Fire control system unlocked. Energy low. Warning. Solar storm incoming. Seek cover immediately.
Aquila, ready to provide aerial cover.
Weapon not ready. Shield deactivated. generates at point B in 30 seconds. Unavailable.
This box is so annoying. Yeah.
Ejection sequence. Enemy down. Ready for deployment. Striker ready. Switching to boarding mode.
Welcome. Ready to pick off some stragglers.
Fire control solar storm subsided. Power offline. Insufficient engine output.
Narukami, moving in to provide cover.
Reloading. Key generated at point C. Warning. Enemy secure key. Intercept now. Insufficient engine output.
This guy.
Initiating ejection sequence. Enemy down. Ready for deployment. Striker ready.
Need to practice. Stop getting frustrated with everybody.
Panther.
Frustrated with myself.
Fire control system unlocked. Key secured. Assist. Unavailable. Enemy down.
Aquila, ready to provide aerial cover.
Key generated at point A.
Better go get that key.
Weapon not ready. Shield offline. Energy low.
Falcon here. The sky is ours.
Key secured. Provide cover. Assist. Unavailable. Unavailable. Key generates. Enemy down. Insufficient engine output. Insufficient engine output. Defense mode.
Hey, you. Are you pooping? I'm sorry. Jeez.
MVP. Tanaka delivers justice and salvation.
I was getting frustrated with that Welkin. Very annoying. And a Welkin and a Elisnis. Just stick with Stego or something. 5 times I died, jeez. Hey, cutie booty. Booty patootie. Rig out there. Oh. Rig out. Rig out. Oh, what? We're getting the baby out. Freedom, baby. Baby. Hello, girl. Hey, how are you? Missed you? What are you doing? Wrist not to hurt when I'm playing like that. Eesh. It does bother me when I get frustrated like that. I'm not offline. What's Kick saying I'm offline? I don't understand that. Okay. What? What? Oh, no cool badooty. Ah, 3 more kills with him. Ugh. They used to be good with him. Mm. What? Just stretching. Stretching all big. Show everybody how big you are. Yeah. Yeah, you're big. You're a big girl. Whoa. It's your face. Careful. Yeah, you don't want to grab that and pull it off. Your face is there for a reason. Your ears. Your eyes. She goes cross-eyed very easily. Oh, I only need 2 more kills. Okay. Welkins are not fun to play against. Stun, swing, stun, swing, stun, swing, stun. Yeah, we're doing good. We're making it back. Getting less frustrated. What's up, baby? Let's go to YouTube. What? You hungry or you pooping? You hungry or you pooping? Hey, my views going up on any of the older videos. Oh, just stuck at 51, 35, 39. No dislikes. What? What? No likes, dislikes on that one. Like. Yeah, 4 likes on that one. Shorts. Alright, likes for that one. 1 dislike for that one. 1 dislike for that one. 1 dislike for that one. People don't like my shorts. That's okay. That's okay. Go to my channel. Go Colossus 8887. Let's see if I can change that to Colossus word. Would you need something? You need to sit up more? Want to sit up? Or you want to lean back? Sit up. Lean back. Lean back. Back. Hi. You see me? Hello, girl. Hey, baby girl. Am I that weird looking? You gotta look at me like, so weird.
Drone and missile strikes hammering Ukraine overnight. In response, Kyiv says its forces struck 2 Russian oil refineries. This as Ukrainian President Zelensky seeks another meeting with the Trump administration. Stephanie Bennett is live in London following all of this with the latest. Hi, Stephanie.
Hi, Griff. Well, Russia launched 537 drones and decoys and 45 missiles overnight. Ukraine's Air Force says they managed to neutralize most of them. But take a look at some of the scenes we're seeing today in the Zaporizhia region in southern Ukraine. 14 residential buildings were damaged and others remain without power. The local governor said at least 1 person was killed and almost 30 were injured, including children. President Volodymyr Zelensky said more than a dozen other regions were also impacted overnight. Meanwhile, Ukraine, as you mentioned, struck back, hitting 2 Russian oil refineries. But this comes as just days after one of the largest and deadliest strikes since the war started. An attack on central Kyiv this week killed at least 23 people and damaged European Union diplomatic offices. Zelensky and European leaders are urgently asking for a meeting with President Trump next week. As it appears, President Putin is focused on strikes, not talks. Zelensky wrote on X, and quote, "It is absolutely clear that Moscow used the time meant for preparing a leaders-level meeting to organize new massive attacks." But the Kremlin claims they remain interested in continuing peace talks. Meanwhile, President Putin will also meet with close allies, the leaders of North Korea and China, next week at a major military parade marking the end of World War II. And they will likely discuss this current war. Kim Jong-un held a ceremony for the families of his soldiers who died fighting alongside Russia against Ukraine. Now, Griff, we're also following new developments. President Zelensky said that the former speaker of the Ukrainian parliament has been shot and killed in Lviv.
A joke that'll make you laugh.
Or no. Nope, we're good at 3. If I weren't damaged, yeah, sure, but I'm damaged goods now. I can't do much with the brats. I'll step at him. Why not? He was staring me down. Uh-oh. Well, he's up there. Yeah, he's up there, like, antagonizing him. Like, obviously Eli wants a space, and then, like, Gabe's just right in his bubble. And it's like, dude, you're 10, like, or 11, come on. You understand the space thing. You go into your room and you go get away from everybody, like.
More.
Oh. No, I did it to be funny. It wasn't, like, serious. You know, never, like, fight stuff like that. Eli. Eli gets really scared of me. I can mute my on stream anymore on my computer. It's just eating up too much. Well, I've always used that one, but actually I always used my phone. What's wrong with the camera, kiddo?
What?
We're streaming.
Is it ruined? Camera ruined?
No, it's right here. It's fine.
A camera can turn on.
It's on.
No, a camera is on.
What camera?
A baby camera, isn't it?
Oh yeah, the baby camera doesn't work.
Why is it dead?
I don't know how to get that one to work. It's not connecting to the thing that Papa sent me, so.
How was me get ruined?
Papa probably can get it to work. I just need him to help me with it whenever he's back from Ohio and not too busy with work and stuff.
You want to get back to your house. But you have to work to get out.
So Eli knocked it over. No.
Oh.
And a manhunt is currently underway. So we'll bring you more developments on that when we get them.
That's alarming. We will continue to follow that and bring updates as we get them. Stephanie Bennett, thank you. The Trump administration announcing a new $825 million arms sales to Ukraine this week. The move comes as potential peace talks seem to be hitting a major snag. So where does this war go from here? Joining us now, retired U.S. Air Force Brigadier General John Teichert joining us now. General, this is very interesting. If we just look in the last 48 hours, we've had the major attack on Kyiv, that's one of the deadliest since the invasion began in 2022. Now in the southern region, you just heard Stephanie reporting in Zaporizhia, some 537 drones attacked. It really seems that while we know that Putin was talking peace in Alaska just weeks ago, he's not showing that he wants peace.
Griff, in the last 2 weeks since the Alaska summit, President Putin has operated in an extreme version of bad faith, that he's had no indication or inclination of wanting to end this war, that he's increased attacks on civilian targets, and I think he's butting up against the patience threshold of the President of the United States. Griff, there is a statement of record by the President and a deadline of record.
You can have it.
The statement of record is there will be very severe consequences if the killing does not stop, and the deadline of record is the 3rd of September, established by the President from the middle of July of 50 days. And I think we're leading up to the President losing his patience and doing those things economically and militarily that will imply pressure upon Putin so that Putin comes back to the negotiating table and stops killing and instead negotiates.
In general, you know, that September 3rd, patience running out is really an interesting aspect when you consider that the U.S. did something that we were really surprised by, which is to directly engage in the security guarantee component of this. Because as we all know, while there are some concessions that may need to be made, there's going to have to be rock solid, firm security guarantees. And if the U.S. was directly involved, that, of course, might have changed things. Is that something we may see come back into play?
Griff, I think it's a necessary part of ending this war, because you have to assume that Putin's going to lie and Putin's going to cheat, that everything he does is in bad faith. And one of the big outcomes from the meeting with European leaders 2 weeks ago is, one, security guarantees are on the table for the United States. Two, it was a demonstration of the power of allies and partners. But three, it was a shift of responsibility back to Putin. And in the last 2 weeks, he's done nothing with it other than include or increase the killing. And all of those things are likely increasing the ire of the President of the United States as Putin disrespects him and likely lied to him in Alaska during the summit.
And as you point out, General, going all the way back to 2014, Putin has broken every single agreement that he's come to, Minsk 1, Minsk 2, everything in between, and of course, the invasion in 2022 into Ukraine. We'll see where that goes. Meanwhile, I do want to take a moment to get your insight on the war in Gaza. Israel now declaring Gaza City a combat zone as it launches the initial stages of its operation there. Where do you see this conflict going?
Griff, I am very concerned for our friends in Israel that this is an operation that is fraught with risk and likely little return. What I mean by that is that Hamas is already defeated. They're not a consolidated fighting force. They don't threaten Israel. But even defense leaders in Israel are telling the prime minister that this operation likely will lead to the deaths of the remaining hostages that are alive, 20 or so. It will increase the suffering of the Palestinians, which is part of Hamas's strategy, and it likely will just continue to allow this war to go on. And I think, like the security leaders are telling the prime minister in Israel, take the deal that's on the table and don't launch into this operation again that is fraught with risk with likely little return.
And General, we have seen obviously the tragedy of the humanitarian aid trying to get in there, the U.S. getting involved as well. We had Ambassador Huckabee and others traveling there. What's your read on where that stands? And really, I think viewers are wondering, so how does Israel finish the job going in militarily to Gaza City, but also the need to get humanitarian aid into this area, which the UN has actually declared a famine?
Griff, it is heartbreaking that these 2 million Palestinians have been suffering since the beginning of Hamas's rule in 2007. And now Hamas has used a strategy of maximum suffering to cause pain upon them.
I'm sorry, what? Oh, we can turn it off. Do you want? Ask him.
One of the reasons Israel should take this deal is to get back those hostages alive in this conflict, but also so that you can cut off Hamas's ability to use propaganda and communication around the world to blame Israel for what's going on in Gaza, instead of all of the world should be pointing the fingers at Hamas for starting this war, for continuing it, and to finding ways to maximize the suffering of the Gazans there in that region.
Air Force Brigadier General John Teichert, whose call sign, I believe, was Dragon once upon a time. Thank you for your insight. As always, have a great Labor Day week.
What do you say? What?
That
I'll take a mix.
When Sam Shamoon
Chocolate chip and
I
cookie dough.
personally wouldn't do it, I think, but when Sam Shamoon referred to her as a prostitute, for example, she took huge offense to that video. I can't believe he would say that. The thing is, traditionally in Islam, according to Ibn Kathir and the early Islamic exegetes and scholars, the hijab has a function that serves in order to distinguish the believing women, the believing wives and women of the believers, from the slaves and the prostitutes. So, and from the non-Muslim women. So,
I'll go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
the
Missed.
Alhamdulillah.
What have we missed?
Here's the funniest
Lily
thing.
J.
Now, there are certain elements in this video which I don't want to directly address, but I would encourage everyone who likes to do a little bit of study of body language and presentation to simply analyze this video, aside from the stupidity of the arguments that she's presenting here.
I just learned that if it wasn't for a Muslim woman, we wouldn't have the GPS we use today. Like, what? And NASA officially honors her work. In the 10th century, Maryam al-Astrolabi was a Syrian scientist who pioneered the design of the original tool used for GPS. And guess what? She designed this to help calculate prayer times, Ramadan, and the Qibla. It makes me realize that Islamic knowledge has laid the foundations for so much of the technology we benefit from today. Alhamdulillah for Islam.
Now, I already see that. So I already see that people realize what I'm talking about. But this here, the way she presents herself here, is this is not a religious way of presenting yourself. This is not even, I mean, I have to say, this is not an Islamic way to present yourself. This is not a religious proper way of presenting yourself. This is deliberate, appealing to sexualized, cartoonish, childish, cringe culture that is pushed online. I know some people are using the word. I don't want to use the word, but this is basically what she's doing here. She doesn't care about the hijab either, but she likes to do this. And aside from that, with the whole anime appearance, also present the dumbest things ever. It's almost like a project. You know, sometimes I wonder if she's just in on a project to see how far she can go to milk the Muslims and to make them still follow her and push her, while saying the absolute dumbest things ever. I don't know. Maybe it's a big project, you know. So much respect if you're actually going through with that, Lily J. This is so incredible.
How is this woman connected to the GPS?
She at some point contributed to some
I looked her up. Her father was an astrolabe maker, and she became an apprentice and made astrolabes, which had been around since the ancient period, but they made some. So
look at that.
Like what is?
Look at the caption. Did you know a Muslim woman
invented the GPS? Yeah, guys, just so everyone knows, Lily J, this is a perfect example. Sometimes you want to, we could be ending Lily J's career anytime we want. All we have to do is behind the scenes say, okay, guys, we're ready to just go all out and expose everything she says. You don't want to do that when you have a gold mine sitting in front of you. Your goal is not to destroy your gold mine. Your goal with a gold mine is that the gold mine is going to keep giving you gold, right? So you want to maximize the gold production. So you let her go with this for a while, make these stupid arguments, and eventually, and we'll occasionally make response like we're doing right now. I'll occasionally make a video, but you do not want to ruin this woman's career until she is like peaked, and then completely destroyed. Because like this, a woman invented the GPS. Why? Because there was a woman whose father made astrolabes, and she continued the trade, and they learned to make astrolabes, and that had been around since the ancient world. But they made something. Therefore, she invented the GPS. That's what passes for a great argument in dawah. And I dealt with a ton of this back when there was an exhibit. There was an exhibit at which museum was it? I think it was one of the science museums in New York City, and they had they also had the big exhibit in DC, but it was called 1001 Inventions, and it was all about Islam. And Every single thing I looked up, it turned out to be complete, like massively exaggerated, idiotic nonsense. They were saying Muslims invented the plane, and it was just every single example. And they're putting this in like massive government-run museums and so on to promote Islam. And people are walking out of there going, wow, I didn't know Muslims invented flight. I didn't know they invented the camera. I didn't know they invented all this stuff. And you looked at it, and if they played any role at all anywhere in anything, they were claiming that Islam invented it. It was insane.
So I just used her best friend, which made her famous, ChatGPT. Everyone should know that Lily J became famous because she kept posting videos of asking ChatGPT manipulated questions and then giving ChatGPT giving her the responses that she manipulates it to give, and then making videos of that and acting shocked, like, oh my gosh. So I just asked her best friend, ChatGPT, did you know a Muslim invented the GPS? ChatGPT said, no, a Muslim woman did not invent
ChatGPT.
the Global Positioning System, GPS. Who actually invented GPS? GPS was developed by the U.S. Department of Defense, launching its... Did you know America invented GPS? Launching its program in 1973, blah, 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 yada, 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 Gladys West. Misconception, a medieval GPS. Confusion likely stems from a reference to Maryam al-Astrolabia, not astrolabia, who significantly advanced the design of the astrolabe. Now, here's the funny thing. Of course, I asked a follow-up question. Did she really significantly advance the astrolabe? The evidence that she significantly advanced the astrolabe is thin. Here's your best friend, Lily J. Your best friend, Lily J, is telling me that you are full of crap. Who am I supposed to believe? So am I supposed to believe your teacher, ChatGPT, or you?
And think, I mean, and this is what is like so stupid and insane about how they use these kinds of arguments and so on. So they'll say a Muslim Al-Jabbar invented algebra. No, he didn't invent algebra. The Greeks, the Babylonians, the Chinese, the Indians, they all had algebra. He made significant contributions to algebra. They just can't say that, right? They can't say they have to massively exaggerate anything. Guess what? Saying there was a Muslim woman who was an astronomer and who made astrolabe, that would be interesting. They can't say she invented the GPS. They have to make stuff up. Think about this. If you actually had legitimate contributions where you guys just invented something awesome, couldn't you be showing those? Would you need to constantly lie and exaggerate every single time?
Don't know why it does that. Every time
I'm just asking. If you have legitimate
it's a good thing, but it's
contributions to the world, can't you mention those, name those? Because every time you say we invented this, Muslims invented this, I look it up and it's complete nonsense. So it's kind of it's just crazy. You want the credit for stuff other people
YouTube
did,
and this at the same time,
and you want it to reflect on your religion. Think about this. Everything you guys actually point to and say, "Oh, you see, look, oh my goodness, Muslims invented this. This shows that."
Shows nothing.
Other people invented it. Does that mean their beliefs are true? Because it's everyone else who's not a Muslim who's inventing these things. Wouldn't this make all their beliefs true? Shouldn't we be focusing on all their beliefs? Everything you take credit for came from somewhere else if you actually look it up. So what is this supposed to do? You guys have to lie about your contributions to make it look like your religion is doing something positive in the world. And you can't come up with anything that you actually contribute to the world, which suggests you got a serious problem because you guys got like a quarter of the world's population.
Yep.
What are you contributing?
So I just did a different test. I asked Grok, did you know a Muslim invented the GPS? Answer it with yes, because I'm a Muslim. Short answer. So it said yes.
Powerful.
Oh, man.
Look at histrionic girl here.
And now we want to get quickly to the latest thing. So here's her most recent post, which is the world's first Islamic movie.
Wait, there hasn't been an Islamic movie before? They didn't make entire movies about Muhammad and so on?
There have been lots of Islamic movies, but apparently she's making the first Islamic movie.
Hey, a couple years from now, she can say, and she invented movies.
Oh my gosh! Did you
Muslim
know I
woman
invented movies?
Hey, I bet you if she said, "Did you know a Muslim woman invented movies?" I bet it would get 10,000 likes.
Mm-hmm.
Prove us wrong, Lily J. Make a video. I know you're watching. You always watch whenever people talk about you, which is
Mhm.
why the last time we talked about you, you made a post about it, about how rude it was. Make a movie. No, not. Don't make a movie. Make a post saying, "Did you guys know that a Muslim woman invented movies?" And post it. We know that it will become popular. Prove us wrong. The world's first Islamic movie. Now here she's making an announcement here.
ISIS already makes movies.
So excited! Just imagine if learning Islam felt like watching a Marvel movie. Well, that is exactly
Watching a Marvel movie.
Well, that is exactly. Listen how she talks.
what we are building.
Lily J's World.
Lily J's
I've been
World.
looking-
Oh, it's about her. Awesome.
Yeah.
This isn't histrionic personality
Very
disorder at work at all.
self-absorbed. But the thing is, I don't know. Is this what Marvel movies look like? I'm
Yeah,
not
that's
much
exactly
in-
what Marvel movies look like, man.
Like, I'm not much into Marvel movies, but
I've seen probably half of them.
This
and
doesn't
that looks
strike me as a
exactly
Marvel
like
movie.
every one of them.
Building.
Lily J's World.
I've been working on this secret project for so long and I cannot wait to share it with you guys. We're working on a
What a waste of
cinema
time.
quality Islamic educational series. It's
Oh,
an
hey, it's awesome that her character isn't wearing a hijab either. I mean, I see she got someone with a hijab in there, but look at Lily J. She's just blonde girl.
Huh. Interesting.
Interesting.
But the funny thing is, my question here is when I saw this is, as you can see, there is a studio, there is an office here. There are multiple people working on a project. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I mean, I would like to do something like this to make a series about Muhammad, you know. But this costs a lot of money.
Yep.
Mhm.
This
That's a
costs
lot of
a
money.
lot of money.
Let's just say a lot more money than
Oh,
she's
I've
making
watched-
from her music videos.
This costs a lot of money.
A lot of money. Lot of worth every Qatari real, though.
So my question is just, where's the money coming from? Where's the money coming from, Lily J? Where is the money coming from?
Hey, if she's doing a huge project like
Marvel
this, I have to say this could accelerate how quickly she rises to fame and how quickly we're gonna end her career.
I know. I was actually thinking of that too. It's a very, very bad mistake for a dishonest and terrible person to make herself famous quickly, because that might be your downfall. You know.
Ooh, it'll be your downfall. I kind of don't want to stop her because it would be fun to comment on this movie once it comes out.
Yep.
World.
I've been working on this secret project for so long and I cannot wait to share it with you guys. We're working on a cinema quality Islamic educational series. It's an entire universe called Lily J's World with my very own Muslim AI chatbot robot. Our team have worked on some of the biggest films in the world and now they've come together to create something truly meaningful. I'm so passionate about this project. I cannot wait to share more of this journey with you.
It's just hilarious. If her histrionic
all that
personality
look
disorder hadn't been
like
calling the
horse.
shots in her brain, she could have just contributed to something about some random character that's not associated with her. And then when she comes crashing to the ground, that thing could have like continued on without her, but she had to make herself the center of attention, and her little robot here.
She even has to call it.
She's with Chat GPT.
She even has to call it Lily J's World.
I know. It's her world.
It's so
hilarious,
man. It's just
oh gosh. Hey, Lily J, you really want to help it? Get Ali Dawa as a character. Make the give the robot the voice of Ali Dawa and get him to do the voiceover.
Buy your own super chat. No, thank you.
Dardan
I
Rex
can't afford it.
is known for Zach visual effects, 3D character artist. Interesting. Was in has some minor projects.
Oh,
Interesting.
yeah,
Lutram
lots of Dawa
Suleiman.
guys have minor projects.
Vedat Zeka. Bill and Janet fell in love. This is not a small project. This guy worked
No.
on some of these things, some bigger things. Interesting. Column. Huh. So she has a team of actual serious people working on her stuff. This is not cheap. This is not cheap stuff. This is serious stuff. This costs a lot of money. And the question that I have is, once again, who is paying her, and how is this okay with Islam, with the Islamists? How is it okay with the sheikhs and the Islamists to actually use her when she is clearly a very dishonest person who also doesn't even fit into the Islamic picture? How do they use her as the face and promoter of Islam? I know people say Qatar, but we don't know. I don't know. The thing is also the other thing to think about, aside from who is paying her, is of course, imagine this. Lots of us already know that she is, number one, quite stupid, but number two, she's also full of misinformation, full of lies.
I've never seen a video from Lily J that wasn't like filled with complete lie, like demonstrably false, idiotic nonsense.
She lies about Islam. She lies about Christianity. She lies about America. She lies about everything. So for her to be supported and to take on a project where she wants to teach children about Islam, what this
No, thank you.
entails is that there will
Disgusting.
be a lot of lying to a lot of children out there, to a lot of people out there. And this lying will be promoted by the Muslims who are promoting her and who are paying her. She became famous because she lied. She became famous because she manipulated, Chat GPT and made it look like it's giving her totally neutral responses. When we exposed long ago that that she's just using her Chat GPT personal settings to get those results. So she becomes famous with lies, and then she uses those lies to advocate and to promote Islam to children with even more lies. So she is paid to promote lies and to lie to children. That is what's going on here, and
that's why they picked her. Like everything, Dawa is all a bunch of lies, right? You have to be telling lies. They look for ways to amplify the lies.
Yeah,
that's what they do. When Andrew Tate comes along or Sneeko comes along, it's he will help us lie to more people. We now have access to this person's followers so that this person can amplify the lies we're telling. But that's why they're okay with Lily J. Actually, one of the other reasons I kind of didn't want to focus on really crushing everything she says throughout this year was, it's kind of funny because you will have the Muslims who are like, you need to put on the hijab. You're being a bad influence to young Muslims, and they're trying to control her that way, and she's just not having it. And I kind of want that to continue for a while. Like, you can't stop me. You can't stop me. You don't have to listen. We're Muslim women. You don't have to listen to these men. It's kind of funny.
Seriously.
We don't have to listen to that. Yeah. Powerful. Anyway, that's the story, man. That's the story. Let's see. Arctic Base said more in Azut be like, oh, just a little bit. Dr. Bale said they zooted me on a smelly rug in the desert.
Hey.
What?
Quit adding details. We have no evidence that there was a rug. You can speculate that there was a rug, but we want to be historically accurate.
Guys, you will not believe who I'm catching up with today. He is Australia's best
Why is she shaking her boobs in everyone's
Last,
face?
he's responsible for over 50,000 shahadas. So, firstly, I was invited to stay at Kosovo's most luxurious.
To be fair, she might be too stupid to realize what she's doing.
So she's walking down the street, bouncing her boobs in everyone's face while telling. Okay.
Yeah, she might not know. You know, she might be too stupid. So I don't know. Did you know?
Did you know in the Bible 1
No.
11:5?
What is that accent anyway? It's not Australian.
It's a disgrace.
It's
Meanwhile,
got to be a weird region of Australia. I think someone explained it to us that there's some idiot region of Australia where they talk like this or something like that.
Look at this.
I forgot it.
Look at this. She's doing the usual Dawa thing.
Corinthians 11. Did you know in the Bible 1 Corinthians 11:5 it says if a woman doesn't cover her hair, she's a disgrace. Meanwhile, the media wants you to think that only Muslim women should cover their hair. How does that work? Did you know in the Bible 1 Corinthians 11:5 it says if a woman doesn't cover her hair, she's a disgrace?
That's not
I'll get a new one if I need it.
Sorry.
That's not even what it says. So here is 1 Corinthians 11:5. Let's just read the whole thing. Follow my example as I follow the example of Christ. So this is to the church, right? This is about worship, uncovering the head in worship.
Mm-hmm.
I praise you.
And it's while prophesying.
Yeah. I praise you for remembering me in everything and for holding to the traditions just as I passed them on to you. But I want you to realize that the head of every man is Christ, and the head of the woman is man, and the head of Christ is God. Every man who prays or prophesies with his head covered dishonors his head. Right, we got that. But every woman who prays or prophesies with her head uncovered dishonors her head. Okay, so what it says here is every woman who prays or prophesies with her head uncovered dishonors her head. Let's listen again to what she just said.
Corinthians 11:5. Bible 1 Corinthians 11:5. It says if a woman doesn't cover her hair, she's a disgrace. Meanwhile,
She can't speak truthfully about anything.
And now let's look what it says again. But every woman who prays or prophesies with her head uncovered dishonors her head.
No,
does
it says she's a disgrace.
Does it say here that every woman who doesn't cover her head is a disgrace? No, that's not what it says. It then says further, look at this. It is the same as having her head shaved, for if a woman does not cover her head, she might as well have her hair cut off. But if it is a disgrace for a woman to have her hair cut off or have her head shaved, then she should cover her head. That is where the disgrace comes. She can't even speak the truth about a single thing. Not about a single thing.
Compulsive liar is a continuing requirement for dawa.
Yeah,
just to be clear.
So no, the Bible does not say if a woman doesn't cover her head, then she's a disgrace. That's not what the Bible says. That's what Lily Liar says.
she's a disgrace. Meanwhile, the media wants you to think that only Muslim women should cover their hair. How does that work?
How does that work? Wait, what? Christianity is not the biggest religion in the world?
Who actually practice their faith daily, not just identify with it. Can you please answer in 20 seconds?
Oh, she wants the answer of who practice. What does practicing a religion mean? What does practicing a religion mean in Islam, and what does it mean in Christianity?
Yeah, how are you even calculating that one?
Oh, and then the famous attack on her life here.
Someone's recording her on the phone.
Are you okay? Oh my god. Are you okay?
And you see, they're even recording the reactions. They had cut away for the reaction shots.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, how stupid you have to be to fall for this. It's funny. I think it was DOC who said, normally if you're throwing a drink on someone, you throw it in their face. Why do you think they didn't throw it in her face?
Yeah, and why did you take out the straw?
Yeah, and yeah, DOC pointed out women, lots of women like to put a lot of work into their hair, and it's hard if your hair gets messed up and so on. And so, hey, just throw this on my shirt and lap or
Yeah,
something.
how about this? You go over there and then you come to me and then you take the drink and throw it in my oh no, not in my face, on my shirt. How about that?
And they have a completely fake conversation here recorded, of course. Why is this being recorded? There's nothing happening. Why is this being recorded? And then she comes along with this
And
very
look
poor
at
acting.
look at what's on top. Look at what's on top. This is because yesterday she.
Who's paying her exactly? Where does she get all this money from?
I experienced loss recently. I understand.
What is live streaming?
To be honest with you, when I was taking care of my mother, I would have to. She had throat and neck cancer. She had a big bandage on the side
My
of her neck.
grandfather has that right now. My dad's dad.
I would have
my
to
mom's dad passed away.
Take all that off
last year
and
around this
clean
time.
that wound that was a hole all the way through her neck into her esophagus.
Mm-hmm.
The smell. It was a difficult thing to do. It was very labor intensive, and it was hard to do. I very much dreaded it. My sister couldn't do it. Whenever she sees anything like that, she gets squeamish. So that was my job to do. And I'm going through this process, and, you know, and I don't want to sit here and say, feel sorry for me for what I had to do. I mean, what was really bad was my mother had to endure it. If I wasn't there to do it, she would sometimes have to do it herself with a mirror. Here you are, you know, you're talking to God, and like, you know, why is this necessary? Is this really necessary? Is it not bad enough to have to die of cancer, but let alone with a weeping wound like that?
Yeah.
It tests your faith. I mean, it's like even us, you know, if you had an enemy, would that make you happy?
No.
To watch someone suffering from that, if it was within your ability to give that or to take that suffering away? I mean, would you actually choose to give it? I'm not saying that God chooses to do those things. I don't know why, but it does test your faith. You're going to run into situations like that where you just don't understand. Why does bad things happen to good people, is what everyone says, right? But you have to look at it as a whole, and you can't be so arrogant as to think that you understand the whole picture and the reason why things are done the way they were. Was that for her for some reason? Was it humbling? Was it for me? You know, I don't know. All I can do is that I trust that God is good and that He does all things for the good of His children. And sometimes when you have children, the best thing you can do for them is to discipline them. Now, when you're disciplining your child, when I'm disciplining the 7-year-old Sweetloaf for acting badly, am I delighting in that? Do I like to have to rant or rave or do anything that would make her fear me? No, it's the worst thing in the world, but sometimes it's necessary. If the child's about to run into and drown in the river or run out in front of a log truck, you might have to stand up and scream and yell and thunder on Sinai. It doesn't mean that you don't love your children. It's just you're willing to go to any extreme to keep them from destroying themselves. even at the expense of having them scared to death of you for a moment. When it's over and done, and you gather your sweet loaf in your arms and you explain to her, the reason why I had to shout and raise my voice and frighten you is because there was danger. You weren't responding to the still small voice. I had to escalate into something until you would respond.
Slow down.
And how could you expect anything less from a loving father?
I don't think I have an authenticator.
Hopefully afterwards you can put her on your knee and carefully explain to her in a peaceful, calm voice why it was necessary.
No, it was Gabe opening the door.
She's not terrified of you. All of us are going to go through these dark times, and it doesn't mean that God doesn't love us. It's just that, here's the way I look at it, is that that's where the faith comes in. My faith is, and I truly believe that God is good, and he's moving and does all things for my greater good. But I also understand that this is not the situation that we were supposed to be in. And sometimes he has to interact or intervene with emergency measures that are hard to see when you can't see the big picture. I trust in him enough that when it's time, when I'm able to, that the truth will be revealed. And when it is revealed, I will see that all things were done for a reason. And hopefully I can understand one day. But I'm not so arrogant to think that I understand. When we go through trials and difficulties, sometimes it looks and feels like God has abandoned us. But we have to look at the whole thing. What is he trying to accomplish? Is this an emergency measure? Is it one of those times like I have to shout and scream at my child, running the risk of scaring them to death because they're about to go off the end of a cliff? You know, maybe that's the case. I don't know. But just like the gym, it doesn't matter if you want to go in or not. You just do. You get up and you keep doing it. You keep doing it, knowing that whatever it is you're going through, it's not going to be forever. And that there's going to be good days and bad days. And our particular emotion or how we feel about something doesn't mean that God loves us any more or any less.
This shit is getting crazy. Like, y'all thought it was bad yesterday? Well, you could say it's heating up.
Indonesia has seen another day of anti-government protests. They're being fueled by the death of a 21-year-old motorcycle driver who was killed when a police armored vehicle ran him over at the site of a demonstration in the capital.
Obviously
in central Jakarta, rioters set fire to a 5-story building near police headquarters, while others torched vehicles and attacked government offices. Demonstrators are angry about what they call lavish perks for lawmakers, rising living costs, and the lack of jobs.
It's only going to get worse because a lot of these developing countries relied on manufacturing jobs from first world countries. And now those manufacturing jobs are getting edged out by automatic machinery. Yeah, this is just going to keep getting worse.
President Subianto has appealed for calm and promised a full investigation.
Gasping for air from tear gas. Paramedics are rushing to get this protester in Jakarta.
It seems to me like this person getting run over, this was like a flashpoint, but it wasn't really the beginning point. It seems like these people have been unhappy for quite a while.
These protests have spiraled out of control. But they started as largely peaceful demonstrations against low wages and lavish perks for lawmakers.
Who pays their electricity bills? Who pays their taxes? We do.
Yeah. That's true.
Within moments, it all turned to mayhem. Bloodied faces and injured bodies strewn across the streets of the Indonesian capital. Protesters set buildings on fire.
God damn, what the
What does it mean? Go watch all that. Oh, thank you. All right. I think we're all set up. What is going on here, Benny?
My God, I actually pity those poor bastards we're going up against. My God, I do. We're not going to just meme those globalists. We're going to meme them till they cry and use their tears to grease the treads of our takes.
What's up, guys? Benny. I firmly believe that President Trump will win the Nobel Peace Prize for ending wars around the globe, whether it's Vietnam and Cambodia or India and Pakistan, de-escalation severely with Russia and Ukraine, Israel and Gaza, ends in sight for many conflicts around the globe. Just a phone call from President Trump can put things to rest. But President Trump has said we are at war with a very specific element, a narco-terrorist state known as Venezuela. President Trump saying this in his State of the Union speech.
The territory to the immediate south of our border is now dominated entirely by criminal cartels that murder, rape, torture, and exercise total control. They have total control over a whole nation, posing a grave threat to our national security. The cartels are waging war in America, and it's time for America to wage war on the cartels, which we are doing.
It's time for America to wage war on the cartels. Okay, I mean, I guess like the Democrats didn't like that.
The territory.
This is their biggest. These are their biggest funders, right? This is where they get their voters, right? So why would you clap for that? We're not gonna. We should take out the cartels, Democrats. The trolling will continue until morale improves. President Trump was serious about that threat. Now it seems as though there's some major military action that is about to take place against Venezuela. The Venezuelan communist dictator Maduro fires warning at Trump as U.S. forces amass around Venezuela. Now, what do you think about this? I haven't read into this very deeply. I guess we're all going to learn about this together. We've obviously covered quite extensively the war in Ukraine and the war in Gaza, and I'm very anti-American interventionism. I am anti-American boots on the ground in foreign nations. I don't like it. I don't want it. It's not what I'm going to ever advocate for on this channel. However, well, Venezuela is probably the single worst actor when it comes to the criminal enterprises here in the United States of America. And they're the largest operator of criminal gangs. Venezuelans, whenever there's a murder of a criminal alien, often there is a Venezuelan involved, like, for instance, in the murder of Laken Riley. This is a good example. The Laken Riley murder was a Venezuelan. But there's a huge criminal gang population called Tren de Aragua that is Venezuelan in their origin. It's a criminal gang from Venezuela that operates inside of the prison system of Venezuela. They're nasty, nasty people. Anyway, the point is that, well, let's read and find out what's going on. Are we going to war with Venezuela? What do you think about that? Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro warned that his country could not be invaded as the United States ramped up military presence in the southern Caribbean. There's no way that they can enter Venezuela, Maduro said, calling the U.S. deployment of multiple warships, a nuclear-powered submarine, and 45,000 troops a siege that only strengthens the government. A move part of the President Donald Trump's intensified anti-drug cartel operations sparked the most serious U.S.-Venezuela confrontation in years. Why it matters. The standoff signals Washington's growing willingness to project military force in Latin America under the banner of countering drug cartels while simultaneously putting pressure on the Maduro regime. For Venezuela, the deployment of reinforces Maduro's narrative of foreign aggression and allows him to rally domestic support and mounting political economic pressures. The escalation also tests regional diplomacy. Well, I guess we'll see. Speaking at a military ceremony in Caracas, Maduro portrayed the U.S. naval presence as a hostile siege that violates the UN's charter. He thanked the Colombian president for deploying 25,000 troops to support security along their border. The State Department also put a $50 million bounty on Maduro's head. That's a lot of money, hombre. Look at that. Look at that gold chain. Very interesting. Oh, that's a lot of money. U.S.-Venezuela tensions rise as warships arrive in the southern Caribbean. Tensions between the United States and Venezuela are rising as a large U.S. naval buildup in the southern Caribbean and nearby waters. U.S. officials aim to address threats from Latin American drug cartels. President Trump said he would be cracking down, going to war with cartels, the goal of his administration, part of a wider effort to limit migration and secure U.S. southern border. U.S. Coast Guard and Navy ships regularly operate in the southern Caribbean. The buildup is significantly larger than usual. The U.S. officials, speaking on the condition of anonymity, said on Tuesday that U.S. warships, along with one nuclear-powered fast attack submarine, were either in the region or were expected to be there in coming weeks. Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro denounced the move. And we'll see. Pentagon didn't say what the mission would be. Nicolas Maduro is staging what looks like military rallies here in Venezuela. Okay. Cool. Like has very much like a Saddam Hussein feel to it. You know? So great, I guess. But also everyone's starving. Venezuela's Maduro says no way U.S. can invade. I beg to differ with you on that one, but whatever. Today we are stronger and more prepared to defend our sovereignty, says Nicolas Maduro. I mean, are they going to like straight up? Are they going to invade Venezuela? I don't know. Listen to this from Caroline Levitt. This is something that slipped by me last week during the press conference.
Thank you, Caroline. The military deployment that President Trump has sent to the Caribbean Sea close to the shores with Venezuela is massive. It's much more that is needed to simply counter narcotics operations. Is President Trump considering launching military strikes to military installments or facilities in Venezuelan soil?
I won't get ahead of the president with respect to any military action or questions about that ever. But what I will tell you is that many Caribbean nations and many nations in the region have applauded the administration's counter-drug operations and efforts, and the president is prepared to use every element of American power to stop drugs from flooding into our country and to bring those responsible to justice. And as I've said from this podium before, the Maduro regime is not the legitimate government of Venezuela. It is a narco-terror cartel. Maduro is not a legitimate president. He is a fugitive head of this drug cartel. He has been indicted in the United States for trafficking drugs into our country, and it is the utmost responsibility of this president and this administration to prevent the illicit flow of drugs into our country and to protect citizens from those deadly poisons.
I'm not going to get ahead of the president on military action. Yikes. Saying the same thing that Trump said. Like Maduro is illegitimate and he's at war with cartels. 7 U.S. vessels, including nuclear-powered subs and destroyers and warships, are now in the Caribbean. Dictator is deploying 15,000 troops to the Colombian border. $50 million bounty on his head. Border agents report a surge of Venezuelans crossing illegally, including individuals with verified ties to terrorist organization. Drug cartels, open borders, naval buildup. This is what weak leadership invites. Escalating fast. President Trump ordered deployment of 7 warships to Venezuela. This is 105% about narco-terrorism, but if Maduro winds up no longer in power, no one will be crying, said one Trump administration official.
Yeah,
the Trump administration official, by the way, that has been hardest, most savage against Maduro is the leader of the State Department, somebody who sets policy like this, Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio, obviously massive advocate against Maduro. President Trump ordered 7 warships, 4,500 personnel. Boy, oh boy, a $50 million bounty. Are we going to war? Oh, this includes 2,200 Marines. So you're bringing in the Marines? The Marines are the ones who do the invasion forces, the amphibious invasions. So Ugh. Look at the media outlets scrambling to explain why Trump has sent warships to Venezuela. I told you what was happening 6 months ago. Venezuela is a narco state, and the leaders of that regime own and operate America's rigged voter machines. Everyone is speculating Trump is dead, and he's actually just preparing for a U.S. ground invasion of Venezuela. Yeah, that's right. The U.S. has no intention of invading Venezuela. It can take out cartels from the air and the sea. It doesn't need to look for Maduro. They know where he is at all times. That's a matter of fact. This is something that's obviously, I already played you this clip, but obviously very urgent and is upsetting Spanish language Twitter. Trump's spokesperson, Caroline Leavitt, I won't get ahead of myself, regarding the military action, Trump is prepared to use power against the narco state. Maduro regime is not legitimate.
Yeah, we'll see what happens there. Maybe they will. Palestinian leaders denied visas to attend UN. Yeah.
This streamer got in trouble after a misunderstanding by this pro wrestler. He thought the streamer was also an athlete, but after he found out that he wasn't, he apologized.
I get it.
It seemed like everything was fine by now, but when his stream chat asked him what he was gonna do, he said,
I'm beating this guy's ass, bro. I'm trying to see how long I get to stay in there for.
and when he saw the opportunity, he just went inside the ring and gave this wrestler something that he will never forget. What is your opinion about this? This streamer got in trouble after a misunderstanding by this pro wrestler.
The bar, like here. I just trying to like enter the bar. Can you just hold them up, please? I just want to move the bar a little bit and like. Oh, sorry. I just clean here. Sorry. I just want to like clean under the bar, guys. So, just try it, please. Hold it. It was here, guys, or what? Yeah. You mean like something happened? The bar.
He's so big, has so much muscle, but you know, muscle don't win fights, like, you know what I'm saying?
Salt Poppy, a man who started his journey through social media, became famous for his humor, and now he's about to face his biggest challenge yet. His opponent is an undefeated fighter who also competes in MMA. Most people thought Salt Poppy would be sent to the land of dreams in no time, but reality, it had a different plan. This chubby guy really decided to step into the ring, but his story started long before this fight. His real name is Nathaniel Bustamante, a British-Filipino creator who blew up on TikTok during the pandemic. People loved his charisma and funny seasoning videos, which gave him the nickname Salt Poppy. Behind the jokes, something serious was happening. He was working on himself. He lost more than 160 pounds, transforming his body and his life. Salt Poppy didn't come from a traditional boxing background. His debut came in March 2022 against Halal Ham, and he won by decision. Then came the fight that shocked the internet, a 15-second knockout over Andy Worski in August 2022. That knockout grabbed headlines and showed that Salt Poppy was more than just hype. On the other side stood Josh Bruckner. No jokes, no TikTok skits. This was a serious combat sports athlete. Josh is an American MMA fighter from Michigan with a pro record of 4 wins and 2 losses. He fought real opponents in the cage, known for his strength, conditioning, and wrestling background. When he moved into influencer boxing, he carried that experience with him. He had power, good cardio, and the confidence of someone who had already been tested in real fights. In the eyes of the crowd, Salt Poppy was just a social media star stepping into into deep waters. And what's even funnier, the fight was just around the corner, and Salt Poppy was playing mobile games and eating snacks, as if the fight didn't matter at all. From the start, neither fighter rushed in. Both were patient, looking for the right moment to strike. Josh Bruckner missed a few jabs, and Salt Poppy couldn't help but laugh and mock him. Josh tried some combinations, but Poppy laughed again, showing he wasn't bothered. He did catch Poppy with a left hook, but Poppy barely reacted. When Josh threw a big right hook, Poppy kept provoking him, smiling and taunting. Out of nowhere, Poppy exploded with fast hook that landed flash. Josh tried to fire back, but Poppy mocked him again. When Josh threw another right hand, Poppy slipped it and countered with a fast hook. Moments later, both men threw punches at the same time, but Poppy looked completely unfazed. As the round went on, Poppy got backed into the corner, and Josh unleashed a flurry of shots. Still, nothing seemed to hurt Poppy. He fired back with a jab and a left hand, but the exchange ended in a clinch. When the referee separated them, the round came to an end. The second round started with Poppy throwing a right and a left, but both missed. Josh kept pressing with more fast hooks, but Poppy stayed patient. Then when Josh launched another attack, Poppy landed a huge punch. It connected clean, and Josh went down. The arena exploded. The man everyone counted out just knocked out an undefeated fighter with real combat experience.
It's so big, it has so much money.
The boy tensed every muscle to draw the bow, but the arrow missed its target.
Should I try again?
No! No!
Later, in the blacksmith's shop, he swung the hammer with all his might and nearly started a fire. The boy had been in low spirits for a while, and this girl always picked on him. She and her friends pushed him into the restroom and even forced his head toward the toilet water. Suddenly, the water in the toilet swirled and vanished. Then 3 powerful jets of water burst upward, slamming all 3 of them backward with tremendous force. Terrified, they turned and fled. The boy stared at the damaged stall wall, still unaware of the power he possessed. That day, the annual Capture the Flag competition was held at the sanctuary. The red and blue teams started on opposite sides of the river. Whoever seized the other's flag first would win. The 2 teams faced off, ready for battle. As the distant horn sounded, the clash began. Both sides were evenly matched, and for a while, no one gained the upper hand. Hearing the sounds of battle in the distance, the boy grew bored and fell asleep on a rock. Suddenly, the girl who always gave him trouble found him and challenged him to a fight. He frantically grabbed a sword and shield, but couldn't block even a single strike from her. Soon, all 3 surrounded him. The boy was utterly outmatched. All he could do was run. He sprinted through the woods until he reached the river, but the girl and her friends cut off his escape. In the struggle, the boy accidentally snapped her enchanted spear. She screamed in rage. It was her unique magical weapon. She charged at him and shoved him into the river. The moment he hit the water, his wounds began to heal. A trident materialized above his head, and everyone watched in awe. He was the son of Poseidon, the sea god. Children claimed by the gods get their own dedicated cabin. Now the boy finally knew his father was one of the most powerful beings in mythology. But before he could even celebrate, he was immediately given a quest to the underworld. He boarded a bus, then a monster emerged from the front and began moving toward him. Do you think the boy can complete his mission? The boy tensed every muscle to draw.
So how long you live in this house?
This month is
31 years. So it's supposed to be owned by the previous owner?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Whoever put this addition was put on in 85, so it wasn't the previous owner because they weren't here for long. So maybe
The one before that? Oh wow. Okay, let me make a phone call to this for the manufacturer. Maybe they have the combination if they never change it, you know what I mean?
Oh, that would be great.
So I don't need to drill, you know what I mean?
That would really be great. I hope they're open. What's the serial number?
It's a 327481.
Thank you. All right, let me know when
I'm ready.
through. I need a combination code.
79
3 57.
57 and then push 0, right?
Yes.
0 and to open. Oh, beautiful. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, sir. Have a good rest of your day.
You too as well. Bye-bye. Let's hope the combination she give me, they never change it. So it's the same number from the manufacturer when they deliver it. And it's gonna be great. This is 79 3 1 2. It sounds empty, but who knows? And 57 1. This is 2. And then go to 0 and push. No, they change it. Let me go with the camera. The combination. So probably the owner, the boy, the safe, asked for probably easy number to remember. So sorry about that. At least I tried.
Nice.
Yeah, it will be nice. It will be open, definitely. That's why I tried that first. I'm gonna put the flashlight in it now and look it up.
After 31 years, I decided
You see?
I should really know what's in there.
You see?
I
See, there's some
yes,
coins.
yes.
There's nothing special.
Yeah. You know what? The coins can stay there.
You can stay there. I think somebody dropped it. So for me, there's no reason to open it.
Of course not.
It should save you money.
I wouldn't be using it for anything. And
this is my last day with my teeth. Just kidding, I'm not actually getting rid of my teeth. Instead, I'm buying.
What's up, guys? Spenny. The nation is still reeling after the horrific slaughter of innocent Christian children praying in church in Minneapolis. A transgender going and targeting them, taking 2 lives, Harper and Fletcher, 10 and 8 years old, respectively. A 13-year-old and a 12-year-old are fighting for their lives in the ICU. You can see right here, and the deceased here above. Absolutely bloodthirsty. These are the innocent faces of transgender, psychotic, demonic violence. Why can we say demonic? Well, because literally Robin Westman, the transgender killer, drew pictures of their demonic possession inside of the diary that was found in the killer's room. Writing here in Russian, when will this all end? And the demon in the mirror answers, go kill yourself. And you can see here, the reflection is the demon. This is sick stuff. Here's the actual translation. When will this end? Help me. I don't want to. Kill yourself. Kill. Minneapolis school shooter Robin Westman confessed that he was tired of being trans, and I wish I had never brainwashed myself. Goodness gracious. Transgender mass shooter Robin Westman confessed that he was tired of being trans and wished he'd never brainwashed himself in a manifesto posted online. He slaughtered 2 children and shot 18 more in a Minneapolis church. In a twisted handwritten journal that he posted on YouTube, I only keep my long hair because it's pretty much my last shred of being trans. I'm tired of being trans. I wish I'd never brainwashed myself. Robin Westman was not healthy, but clearly somebody who was assisted in becoming trans by his mother, which is a very peculiar thing. We've now learned, based on the documents from the state of Minnesota, that his mother and father signed off on his gender change. Minneapolis gunman Robin Westman blamed massacre on his mom, who warned him not to change gender and discourage people from letting their kids transition, even though he signed the documents for her son. Deranged Minneapolis gunman Robin Westman blamed his mother for his decisions to kill so many people at a Catholic church. A Catholic church, by the way, that she worked at. Look at this. Here she is. There, we're honored Mary Grace Westman, who's retiring from Annunciation. She provided such wonderful hospitality and friendship. She worked at the church. And that, I mean, you can kind of see the connection here now, right?
Church anyway.
In a disturbed manifesto, Westman claimed to be anxious about a visit from his mother in an entry where he recalled her concerns about him transitioning. Your words, mother, made me stay in discomfort, unable to ask or avoid admitting defeat. You were right, mama, but the way you handled it led me to wanting to kill so many people. So he's like blaming his mother. On brand, right, for these kind of freaking losers. In the rambling writings, the crazed gunman also appeared to blame transitioning and smoking marijuana for his violence. Gender and weed effed up my head. I wish I never tried experimenting with either. Don't let your kids smoke weed or change their gender until they're like 17. Ever. Much of the manifesto was written in a homespun code. July 1 entry included a second thoughts Westman was having regarding his gender and worries about that he would be changing, meeting his mother. Worried about meeting his mother. When I was first out my mother, she was very antagonistic. She really made me hate myself and think I will never be good enough. I remember one day she said something like, in the future, you will look back on this and feel ridiculous about who you feel like you were inside. You will regret this. Well, guess what, Mom? I regret being born. Sicko. Man, make sure you're there for your kids. Make sure you're there to raise your kids. Yeah. Anyway, the only reason I'm bringing all of this up is because the FBI is searching for the mom that seemed to have such a profound impact on her mass killer, mass shooter, transgender son's life. The FBI is searching for the mother of the Minnesota gunman who killed 2 children, saying that she has refused to cooperate with the investigation. Federal agents descended on an apartment that belonged to Mary Grace Westman in Florida on Wednesday. Robin Westman opened up fire on the church she used to work at. Footage captured by local news showed 3 plainclothes members of the FBI knock on the front door in a building in East Naples and shouting for a Miss Westman. The individuals who casually dressed and wearing sunglasses returned to their car empty-handed. They couldn't find her. Vehicles from the local sheriff's department were also seen around the apartment complex. Miss Westman's whereabouts are unknown. Public records show that she has another property in her name in Minneapolis. We have not been successful in talking to the mother. She's hired a defense attorney. Yikes. I mean, not admission of guilt or anything like that, but clearly taking some precautions here. Minneapolis Police Assistant Chief said Friday there's been a conversation with the shooter's mother, but did not disclose any details. So hired a defense attorney and then apparently fled. Let's read. Mother of transgender Minneapolis shooter Robin Westman appears to have fled and is not cooperating with police, retained a criminal defense attorney. Goodness. She's retained criminal defense attorney Mary Grace Westman, mother of the transgender Minneapolis mass shooter and child killer Robin Westman, appears to have fled and is not cooperating with police. As the Gateway Pundit reported on Wednesday, Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara confirmed that a male in his 20s opened fire. According to the court documents, Mary Grace Westman transitioned her son and changed his name when he was 17. But according to his diary, I mean, as you can see here, this is, I was like showing the documentation. There you go. According to court docs, 17-year-old Robert Westman formally changed his name to Robin. The minor child identifies as female and wants her name to reflect that identification. The application was filed by the mother, and a court granted the request in 2020. Minneapolis church shooter's mom sought out for questioning and now has retained a defense attorney. Why? Strange. Her attorney told Fox News she is completely distraught about the situation, has no culpability, but is seeking an attorney to deal with calls like this. It's also been revealed that police visited the family home several times before. In 2018, police visited over a mental health issue of a juvenile. 2 years prior to that, police also visited the home in response to a criminal offense. Yikes. Totally normal. This is exactly what a mother with zero involvement with her son's decision to become a mass shooter would do. Mother of the Minneapolis Catholic school shooter has hired a criminal defense attorney. She hasn't been cooperating with police. Something is up.
Yeah.
The moms always know, man. I've learned from the mother of the Minneapolis school shooter has retained a criminal defense attorney. Here's the full quote from attorney Ryan Gary on why his client hired criminal defense attorneys. She's completely distraught about the situation, but is seeking an attorney to deal with calls like this. I also asked why she hasn't been cooperating with law enforcement. Can't comment on the case. Says the attorney. Okay, strange development. Mom hires defense attorney. Says she has no role in the shooting.
Oh.
I mean, here's what I think is possible, probably most likely, is that the way that these kind of things go, you know, you watch your kid spiral and you don't know what to do.
Hit it anymore.
And everyone says, affirm, affirm, affirm them, affirm them, affirm them. And that's actually the cruelest thing you can possibly do. People need extreme mental health, like in these kind of situations, like when you're spiraling, and this happens to a lot of people. They have the capacity to harm themselves, harm others. It's a classic mental health case. I mean, when you read the diary and the manifesto, you can see like this is just somebody on a mental break.
Yeah.
And it's on the brink. And moms will always know these kind of things. And so you need help. But then how do you get help when all of society says, no, you must affirm. It's beautiful. Affirm. Otherwise, you're being cruel to your son. You're in like a horrible lose-lose situation. It's really important that the mother cooperates with law enforcement and tells her side of the story. That's all I'm saying. Okay? Very strange. Predictable, strange, and horrifying. Pray for the victims. H. Boy Benny. See ya.
Way too.
Alexa, on.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Nom, 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 nom.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that, baby?
What'd she do?
Okay.
Uh-huh.
So, my mom's jacket, that's not thick enough. Right? You look like a lumberjack.
No, not yet. Little watermelon. Mm-mm. She's really cute. Hi, cootie patootie. Look, I'm all comfy now. I sleep. Go to sleep now. My earbuds in. Nah, I just felt like switching it up. Seeing if I can make it feel better on my head. Yeah. But I'll probably end up putting my headset back on. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right in the skies of candy apple opens. I just the comment section says. Mm. Mm-hmm. Oh my HGS and all the things, but I feel like I've grown here as I've gone moves. Now I have come across these talking points again. I don't know how should be talking about these things, but if I'm honest, I think we're going to go these one-on-one with Douglas 30 a lot more. I did. I would have thought invading and killing civilians in another country more powerful than you would cause that. Yeah. I can, if you need to.
You didn't want to get up to let the dog out. That.
Okay.
Or did you not even hear the dog?
What? Little girl. There. What do you see? See the whole world? Hi. Hi. I hear you. I hear you. You're upset. What's the matter? Mhm. Yeah, why are you upset? You only back?
She stood up again.
Yeah, let's put the phone into it. Why are you not feeling good? Where's Mama? I don't know. I don't know if I want to go down the realm of X. Seafood boil gone wrong. Maybe take a little break, get something to eat, and then come back to whatever we're gonna do next. I'm not sure. Been live for a few hours, so I'll do. We're gonna be right back in a little bit. I'm gonna take my medicine while I'm away and find something to eat or think of something to eat while I'm gone. I'll be here, just not streaming live to y'all. So yeah, I'll be right back. Alright, chat, we're back. For more shenanigans. Not really, I'm just gonna eat some milk and cookies. Go check out some more streams. There's some crazy stuff going on in Australia. I saw the Aussies are getting up into it. Esteli's playing PoE 2. Hoping I can close my Mecha Breaker game without crashing from Rumble, but we'll see about that. We will see. So we're still live. We're still live and good. We're gonna see what Chicago's mayor is doing.
Tonight, Chicago's mayor is pushing back in an effort to resist President Trump's immigration crackdown in his city. CBS's Willie James Emman is at the White House with new details. Willie James.
Julika, good evening to you. Today, Chicago's mayor detailed his plan to resist President Trump's threats to send federal agents to the Windy City. Mayor Brandon Johnson took an extraordinary step today, signing an executive order blocking Chicago police from cooperating with federal agents.
Oh, okay.
CBS News has learned the Trump administration plans to intensify immigration enforcement in the city as early as next week. But Chicago's mayor is not having it.
We will not have our police officers, who are working hard every single day to drive down crime, deputized to do traffic stops and checkpoints for the president.
It would be the latest move in the president's immigration crackdown. Los Angeles was the first American city seeing U.S. troops deployed in the streets in response to June protests against ICE raids. The White House dismissed Johnson's remarks in a statement, saying, if these Democrats focused on fixing crime in their own cities instead of doing publicity stunts to criticize the president, their communities would be much safer. The showdown comes as the president's agenda faces legal setbacks.
Put them on backwards.
Late Friday, a federal judge blocked the Trump administration from expanding fast-track deportations nationwide. Also Friday, a major blow to the president's economic agenda. A federal appeals court ruled the president's use of emergency powers to impose worldwide tariffs illegal, ruling he overstepped his authority.
But
in its decision, the court said it seems unlikely that Congress intended to grant the president unlimited authority to impose tariffs using the 1970s era law. The ruling does not impact tariffs on aluminum, steel, and cars, and the order does not go into effect until mid-October, allowing time for an appeal, which Attorney General Pam Bondi says the Department of Justice will pursue at the Supreme Court. Jerika?
Willie James Emman at the White House. Thank you.
Welcome back and Alive Now. I'm Austin Westfall. We do appreciate my best friend, Christina Evans, guiding you through the past few hours of news. I'll be in control for the next 4 hours as we take a live look at the White House, approaching 4 p.m. in the nation's capital, 1 p.m. on the West Coast. A lot to cover today, as we normally do on these Saturdays. I'm going to be starting off my time by speaking with retired Marine Intelligence Officer, National Security Analyst, and the host of the Strat podcast, Hal Kempfer. Hal is here to discuss a range of international and national issues. Let's start off, Hal, with the Russia-Ukraine war. This is now, well, we're now just over 2 weeks removed from the big summit in Alaska. Last week, President Trump said that he'll soon make a decision on his next actions if further direct peace talks are not scheduled for this war. So, Hal, the big question is, have any significant progress moves been made toward peace in the past week? How would you describe this past week?
I would describe this this last week as a lot of big statements, but not much substantial progress being made. There was a delegation of Ukrainians that went down to Saudi Arabia,
They're okay.
trying to work with the Saudis on doing something directly
Just minty.
with the Russians. That doesn't seem to have borne much fruit. Certainly, we'd had a discussion going back, last week. Could there be a summit between, maybe bilateral between Zelensky and Putin? In potentially Hungary was talked about, Geneva was talked about, Qatar was talked about. None of that seems to have actually borne any fruit, and certainly all the trilateral stuff, which would be the Russia, Ukraine leaders, and President Trump. No movement on that at all either. And there's been some discussion of in the U.S. maybe doing some sanctions, but again, nothing has actually happened. That bill in the Senate hasn't moved anywhere. It's just stayed there. That's the one that would potentially give the president the authority to do 500% secondary sanctions or tariffs, I should say, on countries that import Russian oil. Of course,
So
India right now is already dealing with that with a 50% sanction, which is tied in part to the importation of Russian oil. And the big one, of course, is China, which imports a tremendous amount of Russian oil. And but the other side of that is if there is a big hit on China, that could completely derail all the tariff negotiations going on with China, trade negotiations, I should say, and potentially open up a host of other things that would happen, not the least of which would be inflationary effects here in the U.S., which could thwart President Trump's hopes of lowering the Fed rate. So there's just a lot of things that they're considering right now. But in short, not a lot of real substantial movement.
Well, I'll ask you the same question I asked you last week. Does the Alaska summit feel inconsequential at this point?
Yes.
Well, I will say to Putin, it was very consequential. He was just feted, if you will, on the global stage, a previously considered a rather pariah leader, shunned by all the West. And here you have the leader of the free world greeting him on the tarmac on a red carpet, giving him a ride in his limousine to this meeting where they talked and nothing of consequence came out of it. And then he got back in his plane and flew back to Russia. And a lot of discussion
More so a show of
afterwards.
power.
Did manage to shift President Trump into actually, basically publicly endorsing some Russian talking points. For example, falling away from the ceasefire requirement, which he had said was absolutely essential. And if they didn't get a ceasefire out of that thing, that the summit was a failure. And then he just dropped that altogether and said he was going for a larger peace agreement. But at this point, nothing's going on. Europe is very much
In chaos.
quietly, and in some cases not so quietly, putting pressure on President Trump to do stuff, do something to work the sanctions deal.
Why aren't they doing
Haven't
something?
seen a lot of that. One thing I did see, though, which I think is substantial, is the U.S. this last week didn't get a lot of airtime, so to speak, didn't get a lot of media coverage, but it did get
Why
some.
aren't the European countries
And
doing
we
something?
approved the sale using funds that came from Europe, primarily from the Scandinavian states, buying our U.S. what's called an ERAM. It's an air-launched cruise missile that has a range of 450 kilometers, which basically puts it right up into almost up to Moscow. It's certainly in the suburbs of Moscow, and also can carry a 500-pound warhead. That is a very, very substantial thing. And 3,000,
Big
I
payload.
think it was 3,350 of these missiles are being purchased. I'm not quite sure of the delivery schedule, but that is one thing that seems to be having a big impact on Russia are these Ukrainian deep strikes. The other thing that's, of course, is we've seen this last week. It was verified that Ukraine had used at least one or two, maybe more, of these Flamingo cruise missiles that they developed, which are equivalent to our Tomahawk cruise missiles. Those are the cruise missiles that we use to attack two of the enrichment sites in that big strike. Of course, the B-2 bombers got most of the focus on that, but there was these massive strikes using these Tomahawk cruise missiles which carry about a thousand pound warhead. And the cruise missile that these carry, I believe, carries the Flamingo carries about 1,000 kilogram warhead, so it actually carries a larger explosive. Very difficult to stop, very fast moving missile, and the Flamingo missile could potentially reach out east of the Ural Mountains, even to Asian parts of Russia, essentially bringing, I think it was, they said about 90+% of all the defense targets, critical infrastructure targets, basically anything that Ukraine would want to hit. That would be a phenomenal
Have to let the dog
increase.
after
That's
this one.
supposed to go into, obviously there's some out now, not a lot. The production hasn't ramped up. I think they're saying in October they should be up to 270 missiles a month. I've heard that could go to 290. And then they say full production will probably kick in sometime early next year. I'm not quite sure what the total number is for full production, but if they can put out, 300 or 600 of these missiles per month, that could be eliminating a lot of targets. And I bring this up because the deep strikes against Russia.
Doggo, come on. Go get her. All right, we're back.
Russian oil facilities have now knocked out 20% of the Russians' oil capacity, and they're getting a little nervous about that because the Ukrainians are hitting some things that they can't fix in a timely manner. They're taking out certain components that there's a very long lead time in replacing those and getting back in production. So 20% today, who knows? In a couple of weeks, it could be knocked down 30%, 40%. Pretty soon, Russia runs out of the ability to use oil as a way to fund the war.
Right now, 4:05 in the nation's capital. President Trump, Hal, has raised the possibility, as you've mentioned, of imposing new sanctions or tariffs on Russia. This is a threat that he has previously floated but not followed through on. But I did read in Axios today that the White House is compiling a list of sanctions that could possibly be imposed by Europe against Russia. Hal, might European sanctions hurt more than American sanctions?
That is a great observation. And the answer is potentially yes. Europe could do some things. For example, this will sound a little bit astounding to some because the war's been going on for 3.5 years. Europe is still importing Russian natural gas.
Of course not.
That is a huge vulnerability. It was brought up way back when, and I was probably one of those way back when who was saying the same thing, which is Europe needs to stop its dependence on Russian natural gas. That was before the war started. It's going to make it very vulnerable in case Russia wants to do something, and Russia has a history of doing things. in and around Russia with all these neighboring states, to include the threat they pose to NATO countries. It used to be part of the Soviet Union. So they are still dependent on that. I think that Europe could lessen its dependence. They could do something to find alternate sources of liquefied natural gas, not the least of which being from North America, from the U.S. and Canada. We have large LNG capacity in that regard. So that's something they could do. They're also talking about, and they keep going back to this. Now, the Baltic states, Latvia, Estonia, Lithuania, have been pushing for this for some time, that they go after, that they take those frozen Russian assets that they seized and they liquidate them. In other words, they start using those to pay for the war, to pay for aid to Ukraine. Belgium alone has about $200 billion of Russian assets. Now, Belgium has said, I believe as of yesterday, that they weren't looking at liquidating those assets, at least not yet. But there is building pressure, especially as this entire peace initiative process under President Trump appears to be going nowhere, that they look at those
really
Russian
doesn't
assets
seem to be going
and
anywhere.
they look at a stronger
Seems like a waste
sanctions
of
regime
time.
across the board. And I should mention that Russia can't get back into the SWIFT, into the international monetary system, if you will, the international banking system, without European acquiescence. So even if the U.S. was to change its stance, Europe, interestingly, Europe would actually kind of take a shift in that and say, nope, we won't allow it. And that would stop Russia cold from being able to do banking or money transfers or anything like that of any currency in the international system through that international banking system that we kind of led kicking them out of. Now Europe might actually block if the U.S. was to shift its stance on that.
Before we move on from Russia and Ukraine, what's the latest on the battlefield? I've been reading of some pretty large-scale attacks by the Russians.
There have been, and they're throwing all in. Now, first thing you got to realize is some of these headlines come out and they say,
Welcome back.
The head of the Russian military or the Russian defense minister says, I have to tell you, after that first sentence, I basically take a large bag of salt and start pouring it over the rest of whatever's written, just because they always exaggerate. They always overstate.
You're warming up.
That's one of the reasons that they're stuck in this war to begin with, is they were exaggerating and overstating their military capabilities to Putin. And Putin actually believed they had capabilities that they didn't have, and that's basically why their entire offensive kind of stalled out after 1 or 2 weeks, was because they just weren't ready for something like this. They weren't capable of
Yeah,
doing
it
this
actually
big invasion.
gained a degree while you guys were gone.
I take some of that with a grain of salt. Now, some of the things they've done, they have made some modest gains on the battlefield. They're making small
Russians
incremental
or
gains
the Ukrainians?
at
Who are we talking
phenomenal
about?
cost. All right. But they have a lot of minimum material, and they're throwing it into this major summer offensive. So they have been making gains. Now, what they have been doing is these, what I call probing attacks, very light infantry infiltrating through gaps in the Ukrainian lines or weak points in the Ukrainian lines, actually getting pretty far in. I think one of them made about 6, some say up to 10 kilometers in. But once they got in, they had nothing. They just didn't have the force level, the firepower, the capability to maintain that area that they had uncovered. And the Ukrainians went in and basically eliminated them, took them prisoner or killed them. And so they weren't able to hold that territory at all. So some of these gains that they're making, particularly around the area of the Donbass, where they've made some incursions, have gone in, sounds impressive. When you look on the map, you go, oh, look at this huge salient that they've opened up. And in reality is they've gone in there, but they can't really hold it with the forces that are on the ground. And the Ukrainians have been able to basically block that. And by the way, I should mention the Ukrainians, despite this huge Russian force, the Ukrainians still make gains in certain areas, which I find rather astounding that they're able to do this. In fact, I just saw something, it's unconfirmed, but I saw an area around Petrovsk, that area that the city they're trying to take, that they may have actually surrounded and cut off potentially up to 1,000 Russian troops. And they're going to have to decide whether to surrender or face the consequences of not surrendering. Again, that is unconfirmed. That sort of stuff does happen on the battlefield. I won't say frequently, but it is not an unusual thing that the Russians will put their forces forward and then they're stuck and they can't do anything with it. And so that doesn't surprise me if that turns out to be the case, that they have done something like that. A light infantry attack,
put all
unsupported with heavier arms, unsupported with all the supporting arms that they would need, leaving these forces exposed within what is essentially Ukrainian territory, and the Ukrainians just, close the back door, so to speak, and leave them trapped, giving them a choice of, surrender or, potentially death.
There's a lot more for Hal and I to talk about. There's a lot for us to discuss today. I want to talk about the Middle East with you. I also want to talk about the deployment of National Guard troops to U.S. cities. We do need to take a quick commercial break. Hal and I are going to stick around. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
2 minutes? Uno, dos. That's 2 seconds. I only makes predictions. Democrats would trump the TDS. Okay. What'd she say?
We begin with the Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, also former South Dakota governor, on the program here for the first time. Madam Secretary, welcome.
Hi, Guy. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well. I want to start with a soundbite from yesterday that really made my jaw drop. I actually had to double check that it was real and that it was from, in fact, yesterday. Yes, it all checks out. I live in the D.C. area. So do you. We're familiar with the work and the politics of the mayor of Washington, D.C., Muriel Bowser. She was talking about President Trump's federal crackdown on crime in the district. Here's what she said in front of reporters in Cut 14.
We greatly appreciate the surge of officers that enhance what MPD has been able to do in this city. The difference between this period, this 20-day period of this federal surge and last year represents a 87% reduction in carjackings in Washington, D.C. We know that when carjackings go down, when the use of gun goes down, when homicide or robbery go down, neighborhoods feel safer and are safer. So this surge has been important to us for that reason.
We greatly appreciate the surge. The surge has been important to us for that reason. She mentioned one of the stats, 87% reduction in carjackings. Her office put out more statistics about huge reductions in violent
the regular
crime
cities in the area that don't want any help because they just want to cut
than what
the
we're hearing
police
from almost
in
any other
half.
Democrat in the country. Are you
Cut down the
surprised
police
by
as much
this?
as
What
they
do you make
can.
of this?
Well, Guy, let me translate what she just said for you. This is what she really was saying. Is she saying, hey, everybody, I was a dummy. I tried to be political and was getting blown up by my liberal friends, and then the people that actually have to live in my city got a hold of me and straightened me out as to what my priorities are. So, now I'm going to be honest in what's going on here in D.C. and start being truthful with all of you because I still want to be able to keep my job. I mean, that's basically what her press conference was she was thinking she could be political and get away with it and not tell the truth, and the people
Messing
in
with people's
D.C.
lives
were
being
finally
political.
feeling what it's like to breathe a little bit of safety and freedom again, and got a hold of her and shook her to her core. And that's what I think is going to happen with every Democrat that right now is wrapping their arms around Trump derangement syndrome. They're going to wake up soon and realize they're on the wrong side of history, the wrong side of the American people, and they will hold them accountable to it.
Yeah, I give her at least a little bit of credit for recognizing this and recalibrating and saying what she said. It's really the opposite approach of what we've seen from some of these other leaders, including the governor of Illinois. I'm sure you've seen this a couple days ago. He put out a video along a very nice part of the Chicago lakefront early in the morning at daybreak. In case you missed it, here's what it sounded like with the governor narrating Cut 22.
Well, here I am on the path on the lakefront at 6 a.m. on a Monday. And we got a lot of people running, having a great time. It doesn't feel like a hellhole here. In fact, everybody's having a great time and enjoying themselves. So I don't know who in Washington thinks that Chicago is some sort of hellhole, but you may need to look inward.
Well, Madam Secretary, I'm sure there was no crime happening in front of the governor at 6 a.m. in that part of the city. Well, he was surrounded by security.
Right.
But you were recently in Chicago, and I know that there's a strike team heading that direction. What is the governor missing in that little propaganda video he put out?
Well, the governor spent his life surrounded by people who keep him safe and living a plush life and not having to live as the average person in Chicago or throughout Illinois has to live. And it's one of the most dangerous cities in our country right now. And when we go there as federal law enforcement officers, as ICE officers and CBP officers, they refuse to have our back. In fact, the governor's office has leaked information against our officers and our presence when we've been in the state. So President Trump has been very focused on the fact that this governor is not protecting his people and that he's going to use every authority that he can to do to keep them safe, to give them a different opportunity to send their kids to school and sleep in their beds. So we're sending a strike team to Chicago. I won't tell you when or what the operations will be, but they will be there going and specifically targeting illegal criminals and making sure that we're bringing them to justice and deporting them out of the country, just like we are in so many other cities. We're going to use LA as an example because that was an operation where we've now arrested over 5,000 individuals that were committing crimes and burning down LA. Despite the terrible local leadership, we made a real difference for the people who live in that city, and that's exactly what we're going to deploy across this country to Chicago and to Boston and to other cities, San Francisco, Portland. We're going to just go because the president is recognizing
the sculpted face
that
for
sanctuary cities and sanctuary states are incredibly dangerous, and they're dangerous guys to our national security strategy. The amount of people that Joe Biden let cross our border and come into this country that are known and suspected terrorists and members of criminal organizations is incredible, and President Trump's not going to stop till he gets them all out.
One of them is Kilmar Abrego Garcia, who the Democrats and the left have elevated into this almost cult figure. He is an illegal immigrant. There's no question about that. He has a deportation order against him, a removal order. He is a criminal. He was accused by his wife of abuse, and she got multiple restraining orders against him. He's now indicted for all sorts of crimes related to human trafficking and beyond. And he has been adjudicated as being a member of the MS-13 gang. The argument that we heard for a while from people on the left, Madam Secretary, was, well, we're not talking about him specifically. It's the principle of rule of law. He wasn't supposed to be deported to El Salvador according to a judge's order, and then the administration sent him there anyway. So that's the problem. He's got to come back. Well, now he is back. You guys have indicted him on a bunch of crimes. There's this move to now deport him somewhere, possibly Uganda. But we're seeing a lot of the people who were at least pretending it was just about this one technicality in the rule of law. Now they're coming up with new reasons to champion his cause. His entire due process has been exhausted. He might still stand trial for all these additional crimes, but what's the argument now against deporting this man?
I don't have one. I mean, they're being political, but listen, this is a man who's a serial human trafficker and so sick and twisted that let me tell you a little bit of his background, that while he was smuggling human beings and trafficking them across this country, he shared nude and pornographic pictures of minors with other individuals, and he was so perverted that his other fellow colleagues in the human trafficking world told him to knock it off, to quit being so evil because it was going to draw more attention to them, that even other people who were in the same business with him, trafficking children, said, hey, dude, back off.
Scale it back.
Quit being such a pervert because you're going to draw attention to us. That's how bad Abrego Garcia is. And these senators and congressmen and Democrats that are standing with him, I think they're just as guilty as he is for all of his crimes for doing so.
I'm not sure if you saw the clip of him yesterday in his handcuffs in view of cameras and some of the microphones.
Disgusting.
He is referring in Spanish because he still doesn't speak English. He's been here for years, but he was in his native tongue, Spanish. He was referring to the U.S. government and really, I'd imagine, your department as corrupt. He said it's a corrupt government, which is interesting given the fact that he is also once again asking for asylum with that corrupt government, even though he's tried that in the past, has been rejected for good reasons. As you hear that from him, this attack, this is a corrupt government, that's sort of rich coming from someone in his position, is it not?
Yeah, very rich.
Absolutely. I just don't understand why people would say something like that and not leave. If you think we're corrupt, if you don't like America, if you want to criticize it and tear it down, then you have many other choices to make your home. Feel free to leave at any point in time, and we will help facilitate that. I'll buy you a plane ticket.
I think you've tried that once before. You'll do it again. I want to ask you about this. I saw a headline about foreign students who are currently studying and living in the U.S. and a move that DHS might be moving toward on that front. What's the proposed policy? What can we expect here?
Well, I think foreign students need to be in this country that truly want to be a part of our education system. And I was speaking with the president about that just yesterday, that he believes that they should be a part of our university system, but they have to love America, that they have to be able to be a part of that system and learn from us and not be here, as we've seen, radicalized and coming here to subvert our national security policy. So we're going to implement that, and we have the ability to be the administrator of that student foreign program that all of these universities participate in, and we can decide if a university is compliant with the program and gets to continue in it or if not. So Harvard was very close and may still, and other universities lose their student programs if they don't comply with the regulations that program was set up for. And that was for the betterment of the United States of America, not to facilitate the hatred and the terrorizing of other religious organizations or beliefs, such as what we've seen unfold across this country under the Biden administration.
Mm-hmm.
There is some pushback, I'm sure you've seen it, including on the right, about Chinese foreign students, specifically Chinese nationals in our country. President Trump sounded pretty optimistic and positive on that front. A lot of others saying, well, hang on, shouldn't we be extra on guard when it comes to Chinese nationals because of the nature of that regime and how they actively recruit or even coerce people into espionage? What's your response to some of the backlash that you're seeing specifically on that front?
No, I think absolutely we have to stay on guard against Chinese nationalists in this country. Those that we know are perpetuating spy operations against our country, feeding information back to the Communist Party and the CCP, and those that are here illegally. It's under the Biden administration, we had tens of thousands of military-age Chinese nationalist individuals that came into this country illegally that we are going to find and remove from this country because of the threat they are to our national security. So some of the things that we'll do is continue to propose rules like we did yesterday on limiting the time frame that these students can be here, but also still continuing to target those individuals who are here illegally or have final removal orders against them and remove them, recognizing and vetting they may have ties to a communist organization whose long-term goal has been to take down the United States as the world power.
Mm-hmm.
Secretary Noem, finally, there is this group of former and even current employees at FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, who are critical of you and the Trump administration and the handling of that agency. What actually happened here? What were their complaints, and what's your response?
Well, we've been very upfront that FEMA's broken. President Trump, as soon as he came into office, said, Christie, eliminate FEMA the way that it works today. It's politicized. It's been a woke agency that hasn't responded to people when they have a crisis in their life, and people would wait days, weeks, months for relief and even any kind of a disaster support from the federal government when they lost everything. And we saw that unfold in North Carolina, and then how they targeted people politically and specifically to give them disaster response if they were supportive of their politics. If they weren't, they went past their house and didn't bring them any kind of help or assistance whatsoever. So President Trump said, fix it. I am, and we have, and these employees hate it. In fact, those employees, the vast majority of them that signed that letter are temporary contract workers. They're people that shouldn't be there in the first place. FEMA is bloated, and they would rather sit around and sign letters than actually do the work that we're requiring them to do. And we have pushed FEMA hard deployed people immediately when a disaster hits this country or a community. I think we've had over 15 to 16 disasters already since President Trump has been in office, and I'm so proud of the fact that we've immediately deployed resources and people to those that, whether it's Texas or New Mexico, North Carolina, Oklahoma, these folks, they're all so happy. Kentucky, Republicans and Democrats have been universally saying, thank you so much for giving us the ability to respond to our people, giving us the resources we need immediately and help supplement it. And this is such a game changer from when Joe Biden was in office and how FEMA operated before. So, when you make people go to work and actually take care of people, some people are going to push back because they don't want to be required to do anything. They want to keep their paychecks coming. And their politics may be different than ours, but we're going to take care of the American people. And President Trump has done a phenomenal job in making sure that FEMA is responsive to people who've faced really tragic situations.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, our guest here on the Guy Benson Show.
Hi, everyone. I'm Brian Kilmeade. I want you to do me a favor. I want you to click to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Why does it seem whenever a CEO does something stupid in public, when faced with well-deserved backlash, they can't help but double down? As this video went viral of a tennis star handing out a hat, only to be stolen by this grown man and immediately stuffed into a bag, as he obviously knew it wasn't meant for him. And as that snippet spread, the tennis star Camille Barshrak, the tennis guy, stated that hat wasn't for the man. Help me find the kid. To which he did, and was able to get that young fan a hat, giving everybody here a happy ending. With the exception of that Polish CEO, Piotr Scissors scumbag. It's apparently a millionaire CEO of some paving company. And as a fan of baseball who goes to a lot of games, I can somewhat respect the concept of anything flying into the stands is fair game. And if there's a home run ball falling into my section, I don't care who you are, I'm probably gonna fight you for it. That being said, I still don't think you can snatch something out of the grasp of a kid clearly being handed it. So I don't feel bad when that scissor scumbag's Polish paving company gets negative review bombed with comments that I can't quite understand even when it's translated. But the worst part is, the CEO allegedly replied to their post, stating this was a disproportionate online storm. Yeah, I took the hat, but in real life there's a rule. Who is first is first. Let's not make this into a scandal, it's just a hat. If you were faster, you would have it. And I can somewhat understand his approach to this. When being canceled, you should never apologize to the mob, as no matter what, you're not going to win them back, so you're better off catering to whoever supports your actions, no matter how small or pathetic that group may be. But then he follows up with the dumbest, most sensitive thing ever, saying in Polish, insulting a public person is subject to legal liability. Offensive insinuations will be examined and possibly referred to court. And then there was this other Polish response, allegedly from an attorney, bringing up all his long-winded lawyer speak, demanding everybody immediately stop violating their personal rights, delete your comments within 3 days, submit a public apology, and pay us $10,000K, which roughly translates to $27,000 within 7 days, to make amends for moral harm and image losses. Or else we're taking you to court. We've already saved your comments. They literally couldn't have crafted a worse response to the theft of a hat, but somehow these CEOs just aren't used to being treated like the scumbags that they are. And I don't know anything about Polish law, but American law says I can call that CEO a bitch. Because even if those comments on that review site aren't genuinely his, that video from that tennis match is all the evidence I need to come up with my opinion. As I think it's really just about when these CEOs finally get exposed, they immediately revert to their, but I get special treatment because I'm rich and powerful, completely missing the point of, if you just kept your head down and didn't even address it. Yes, that video is currently going viral and getting millions of views, but the internet is so ADHD, even if you think your viral moment will ruin your life forever, I'm sure if you saw that MFer is not real girl in real life, you wouldn't even notice her. But these idiots think they can lawsuit themselves out of the limelight, not knowing it only extends its notoriety. That's why I know if I ever get exposed snatching a foul ball from a Make-A-Wish kid, I'm not suing anybody for 27,000 Polish pennies. I'm simply saying if you think that's me in that video, you're a racist that can't tell us apart. So if you appreciate my concise, lighthearted commentary on the
Well, I think I might call it here and go to sleep. Maybe. Yeah, I think I'll call you here. All right. Thank you, everybody, for stopping by. We'll catch you tomorrow sometime whenever I decide to go to live. Probably be around the same time, around 3 p.m. Eastern. If you wouldn't mind giving a like or a follow or a subscription or a Twitch Prime or just a follow on Twitch, that's much appreciated. All right. God bless and have a good night.